Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on this Monday morning after a 3-day weekend. If you celebrate Easter, hopefully you had a wonderful Easter. I know that I did, and I'm glad to be back at the screens with everybody here in studio. Joining me, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
And he's blended in perfectly in this background today. He's got his beautiful NinjaTrader Live shirt on. Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. Another fantastic day on the island. Can't wait to get going.
Yeah, I mean, quick look at the tape, and we'll go to Shai with the news. I see a market that wants to go higher. I think I'll get ready to put my note out here in just a minute. Good morning, Chad. Hopefully you're all doing well, too. To me, the fact that we're just sitting up again slightly, coming off of an unemployment number that was good. I'm sure they'll get into talking about that. I didn't even watch the reactions until this morning just to see what it was like. It didn't seem much. But again, crude oil sitting comfortably at $110 and S&P's up 5. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. It is what it is. NASDAQ up 85, 24,300. Russell and Dow down today, so a little divergence in the indexes, but not much. NASDAQ, again, trying to lead higher, which we've talked about as really getting ready to play catch-up. I think the NASDAQ, I don't know what it was from peak to trough, but it was obviously the most percentage-wise, and maybe now it tries to play catch-up and tries to lead the S&P back up. Crude, even though it is at 110, it is down coming into today, but nonetheless, I still think comfortably at 110. Keep an eye on it. Metals up, specifically gold. I think gold could hit 48.94 this week. I'll talk more about that. And a little bit of dollar weakness against pretty much everything, mostly against the Aussie. Australian dollar is the most strength I see against the dollar this morning. Bitcoin up 4% too. Obviously getting a lift because equities have been going up. And again, I don't really compare Bitcoin to equities, but Bitcoin needs every reason it can right now to get any sort of boost, and it is up this morning. 2,700 points in the futures, 69,835, and Ethereum's up 100, which is a pretty big move for ETH. Again, we'll talk about all of this and more. First, Shai, the news.
All right, so we know that on Sunday, Trump issued a threat to destroy Iran's power plants and blowing up, quote unquote, everything over there before announcing what appeared to be a new Tuesday 8 p.m. deadline. Then obviously, markets opened down on that and crude up on the Sunday open. And then in the overnight, we had Axios reporting that Pakistan, Egypt, and Turkey are pushing to secure a potential ceasefire lasting about 45 days to head off threatened U.S. strikes on Iran's energy infrastructure. We did see on that the dollar dumped, indices were up, crude down, gold up. Dollar has kind of paired some of those losses a little bit here, as the index markets. But then this morning, Iran came out and said no rational person would agree to the ceasefire. And in response, Trump issued aggressive threats to destroy Iran's power plant starting Tuesday, again, after they said no rational person would agree to that. So it's a lot going on. It's a lot of back and forth. So a lot of headline-driven news still. Moving on, we have Russia's key Black Sea oil terminal is on fire, according to satellite images from NASA. So just another ringer in the crude market. JP Morgan issued a huge client letter. They detailed his bank's plan to deploy more than $1 trillion to ensure U.S. gets stronger in order to maintain its military and economic might. He also addressed private credit in that letter, and he said private credit probably does not pose a systemic risk, but cautioned that losses on leveraged lending will be higher than expected, in part mostly because of weakened credit standards. Then we have Citigroup also came out. They pushed their Fed cut timeline back after strong job numbers on Friday. They still expect 75 basis points of rate cuts, but they moved it to
this year.
Yeah, they moved it to September, October, and December instead of June, July, and September. But still, They still thinking 75 basis points. So we'll see. We did have OPEC Plus meet this weekend. They agreed to raise quotas by 206,000 barrels. I will have to say that's only going to largely exist on paper because they are unable to raise production due to the war with Iran. And we know that the war has effectively shut the Strait of Hormuz. And since the end of February, all those nations have cut exports and production. Primarily Saudi Arabia and UAE, which really are the only ones that can have the capacity when up 100% running to be able to add that. But on paper, they raised that. Oil didn't care. We have hedge funds turn bullish on wheat for the first time in 4 years. Yes, and we'll have Garrett on this morning to talk about the grain markets and fertilizer. But so, yes, first time in 4 years. There you go. Some housekeeping notes. Remember, European markets are closed today, so in holiday trading on that front. Trump is going to speak at 1 p.m. Eastern time about the airman rescue, but who knows what else he might say, so just be aware he will be speaking around that.
He's not known to stick to a script.
Time. And then for data, we do have at 10 a.m., we have ISM services for March. People will be watching to see if this has slowed. I don't expect it to be a big market mover, but obviously people are going to see if this is starting to drag on the service sector.
Well, I think the headline, even from everything that Shai talks about, we go back to is the news about oil, right? I mean, it's 110. It sits up here. And again, Craig, if you and I sat in a room and we looked at crude oil when it was at $65 and we said, when it gets to 110, 115, because I don't even know what the overnight high was. I think it was cruising right around there.
Yep.
What would we say?
Yep. Equities would be lower.
Much lower.
Much lower than what we've seen so far. So it's Thursday was crazy. I think oil was up 10%, and S&P was largely flat. I did not have that on the bingo card. Last week probably was dealing with some of the flow dynamics, which we talked about, kind of first of the quarter, pension rebalance stuff. That obviously helped. But look, we're waiting for Trump to decide when this is going to stop or escalate, right? I'm just looking here. On March 21st, he gave a 48-hour ultimatum. On March 23rd, he postponed that for 5 days. On March 26th, he gave a 10-day deadline. And on April 4th, another 48-hour warning. On April 5th, he pushed it out to April 7th. And then yesterday, he pushed it out to April 8th. He keeps pushing out the deadlines about when he's going to do something next. Obviously, there's negotiations going on. Iran says they're not. We say they are. There's talks going on. But at some point, there's a deadline where we're either going to, I hate to use the phrase, shit or get off the pot, right? I mean, so either we're going to escalate this or we're not. It seems like that now is tomorrow. It's interesting today, there are some divergences in the price action. We've been talking about highly correlated cross-asset moves really every night. It's, in the risk-off scenario, it's oil up, vol up, bonds down, stocks down, gold down, dollar up. And then on the opposite side, it's the opposite of that. But today it's weird because you're seeing the bonds down with the equities kind of holding in there. And maybe that's partly due to the better than expected non-farm payroll on Friday. But bonds are definitely weak to start the day. Oil's weak. Stocks are up, but gold's up. I don't know. It seems a little bit erratic to me. I think markets are keying in on tomorrow, this deadline, or even maybe hearing something from him at 1 o'clock today. But until we get some resolution, it's really hard to take a lot of overnight risk. We've been talking about getting stopped out overnight, and it's really hard to sink your teeth in. I mean, by the end of this week, we'll start getting into earnings season and certainly into next week. So we'll hear from companies their outlooks about how the war impacted them. But so far, earnings expectations haven't really started to be negatively impacted by the war. But the longer this goes on, the more the strait stays closed and the supply chain stays under duress. It's going to be harder to get the economy to really start humming, sooner rather than later. I think there's also been some comparisons to this shutdown versus, let's say, the COVID shutdown and kind of the recovery to the economy. People have to remember how much money was printed back during COVID to lead to that recovery here. We have not seen anything that looks anything, remotely similar to that from the money printing side, whether it's direct stimulus or interest rate cuts or anything like that. So the supply chain remains under strain here, and it's going to take some time to work this through and to expect a V-shaped recovery in the economy without government support, I think is a naive assessment.
I think expecting a V-shaped move off of this low is unlikely as well. I think that we are in for probably a two-way tape for I think a while. I mean, I think short-term I'm bullish for sure. I'm a little bit long S&P this morning, but again, I think when it comes to everything that's happening with President Trump, keep moving things down the road or kicking the can with these dates, I don't pay as much attention to that. I don't even know all of that. I continue to look at, how's the market reacting to this stuff. We know that a lot of the things that the president says or anything coming from the government during a time of war, I think you got to, I always look at it and go, you got to take a little bit of a grain of salt because you don't know exactly what their plan is. And so I look at the price action. And again, the market, it's just looking past everything right now. It is what it is, right? I mean, if I came in today and I knew nothing about what's going on and I looked at the S&P chart, I'd be bullish. I mean, I am bullish, but I look at it and go, I think the fear of this not ending is also probably helping it a little bit. Jimmy, I got to go to you. You talked to me about this morning how the COT data was mostly short S&P, which I think in this instance, if you're short S&P and you see crude at 110 and we can't sit near the lows, I mean, I don't know about you, but I'd be taking the offer up.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. This weekend was, as soon as Trump launched the F-bomb on Iran, I literally logged into my Kraken Pro app. First thing, I wanted to see what was going on with the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin, in my opinion, is not it's not a risk off asset, and it didn't budge. I mean, it was hovering around that 67,000 level the whole time. So that was kind of clue number one that okay, maybe no one's panicking yet based on this ultimatum that was just given out. And then on the open, I checked out the crude oil. We saw the spike up to 115, and it was like, oh boy, here we go. And it's,
Yep.
I could see a lot of people being nervous there, but we settled back down, right? We're below Friday's close, I believe, around 110 right now. So that market's not believing it. And then lastly, bonds are just kind of stuck in the mud at 113 mid, 113 handles. Up a few ticks, down a few ticks. Down a few ticks today, but again, also not reacting to the news this weekend, which kind of surprised me because that was I don't know if you guys saw that tweet, but it was not friendly.
I don't know if I did see it.
It was a doozy.
Yeah, I'll go back and check it. I'm trying, this weekend I tried to kick back and relax a little bit. It was relaxing by doing my taxes and stuff like that.
It was a warm Easter message with an F-bomb in it.
Oh, yeah, I did see that one. I did see that one, yeah. Again, I come back to like what this tape is right now, and I look at it, and I think gold and S&P look to continue to head higher. I mean, Shai, break this down for us. I mean, when we look at crude sitting at 110, you've been saying this from the beginning. You're like, everybody, listen, it doesn't even matter if they stop the war on day 2. Crude oil is not going lower.
Right.
But yet we sit here and markets, again, we keep saying they're looking past it. And maybe they are, maybe they're not. I don't know. All I could say is that the S&P, with crude sitting back up near its highs, S&P is not on its lows. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that oil is going to be higher for longer, and I think people have started to realize that this conflict we don't know when it's going to end for sure. We know how much is offline, and so I think people are starting to get a little more comfortable with the fact that crude might be higher for longer, and we're going to have to deal with it, but people are still looking at it as maybe, it's transitory. Like oil's not going to stay up here forever. Even Powell said that, geopolitical oil price spikes are transitory. They're willing to look beyond that. And so if that is the messaging, I think, that gives kind of investors a little bit of, we know where we're at. We know it's higher for longer. We know it's not going to last forever. And so we can look beyond that.
Yep. And Craig, it always comes down to the risk versus reward, right? The R, as all the traders say these days, the cool kids. I'm not one of those cool kids, but anyway, when I look at it again, I look at the S&P, Nasdaq. They had pullbacks. I mean, look from the beginning of the year, this tape has been stubborn to go lower. It's been a weird year, right? I was short earlier this year, like I think 4 out of 5 times. I think I made money like maybe 2 or 3 times. And it was like really a nothing for me. I kept trying to stay short. I'm just like, man, I cannot sit with this. And eventually it started to go. I mean, what do you think about this tape in general? Again, I know we have to kind of look past, we know there's this macro backdrop with what's happening with the war. But when you look at the tape inside the bars, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I think the way I kind of described this was a 3-phase move, right? The first phase down was on the geopolitical risk premium being elevated, not knowing how far this war was going to go. It's obviously gone, longer and it's been more violent probably than people thought it was going to be. And so we had this initial move down. Then you have the phase 2, which is the counter trend move. And I think we're in that phase now where it seems like things, look, we could shift back to phase 1 tomorrow night, right? But I think the markets are basically saying probably not going to happen. We're seeing more ships move through. We're in this phase 2. We're certain that we're going to identify winners and losers from this, and markets will, kind of do what they do. For me, the more concerning trade is the phase 3, which is the global economic impact of this, combined with all the things that we were potentially concerned about to start the year, about a slowdown coming, about AI labor displacement, about the CapEx cycle not achieving the returns, the private credit issues, which really have been worse than expected as we've pushed the headlines through the year than what we thought, let's say 3 months ago coming into the year. That phase 3 reality, I think, is coming. It's not clear that the government's going to be able to stimulate its way out of it. The Fed interest rate cuts, which were expected, now are being pushed out even further. So that's a more concerning backdrop. But right now we're in that kind of weird phase 2 where we're seeing the counter trend move. We're seeing vol get burned off. We're seeing the recovery of that. And so how long does this go? I think the president gets to decide how long this counter trend move goes by dialing down the expectations for further geopolitical escalation. But at some point the rubber's going to hit the road. Companies will report the consumer is pinched. Gasoline's not going to fall very, very quickly. And so we face a consumer that is struggling, a Fed that's not really able to cut interest rates, and an economic slowdown here that I think is going to look harder to recover in the second half of this year. That's what I'm more concerned about.
Yeah, I think obviously, hopefully, the sooner that there's the war is behind us, and then we can start focusing on earnings. We start focusing on other things, and obviously, just obviously those people that are involved in this as well. It goes without saying, but. That will be the story, right? What will the Fed be able to do? Is inflation coming back, and how hot is it coming back? Is it really transitory? We lost Jimmy. He's gone, and there's nothing we can do about it.
He's out of there. Well, we're going to have a CPI on Friday. That will be important. And then we have a PPI the following week. So we'll start to get an inkling of, what's going on really, and how much this has affected that so far. Most think that we'll see CPI on Friday looking at 1%, including energy and food. They're looking at a 1% increase, and energy and food, which is the Fed's metric, 0.3%. So we'll find out on Friday, but definitely people are expecting prices to be higher and to have an uptick in inflation.
Yeah, I mean, how could we not? I mean, and again, everybody forgets how inflation impacted us last time, right? Because now we're back to this moment where everyone's talking about rate cuts, which I actually think is what's going to happen, because I think that under this administration, there's no way they're letting them hike rates. There's just no way. I mean, they're just going to do nothing. They'd rather watch inflation sit there and simmer for a while. But let's not forget, the Fed got what everyone said behind the curve last time, right? With inflation. And it was too late, right? And then they raised for too long. I mean, this is not me saying this.
No,
this is not, okay, so let's, but again, then we get back to where we are now, and all of a sudden you're seeing commodities rise across the board. I know that this is the focus for everyone's focusing on the wall and then or on the war, and then we're looking at what's happening within all these other commodities, and eventually you get to the point where you're like that becomes a story, and you go how you can't just again these things you don't just get away from them.
Yeah.
You don't just get out of them.
Right. I mean, look, the long end of the interest rate curve is, yields are way higher than I think people would have thought they would be given war, right? And, I mean, 30-year yields are moving to, back towards the highs. I mean, mortgage rates are, approaching 7% again. So this is a real headwind for the rest of the economy. There's a hope and an expectation that the Fed could do something to deliver interest rate cuts, but is that really going to help that long end of the curve? Probably not. So, but the risk sentiment would improve on the margin. But the Fed's sitting there looking at, a 1% month-on-month CPI print and saying, market, stay away from us. We have nothing. We have nothing for you here. Look, I think with respect to Kevin Warsh, in theory, he's supposed to be, getting his Senate hearings in the coming weeks, and he'll be in there hopefully, for the president by, let's say, the end of May or what have you for that next June meeting. But he's going to have a tough hill to climb in order to really convince many on the Fed, especially if Powell decides to stay, that interest rate cuts are something that could really even happen anytime soon. So, if you're thinking about the outlook for the economy and how can we recover from this rapidly, it's going to be challenging. Don't look for the Fed to bail out this economy right now. It's going to take some time for that to play out.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's shift over to my charts and we'll take a look at it. I don't think Jimmy's going to be back for the Edge Report. I'm going to do the Edge Report.
All right.
No, let's look at a couple of things here. First off, I'm going to look at oil, and it's interesting here because what I'll look at is the peak of the Bollinger Band. So you had the market move up substantially higher, obviously in crude oil, and then this peak is where we started to see mean reversion back in, and I look at this as like what I consider unfinished business. And what I look at for crude oil is if we go back up here, I think it's going to be a hard path to clear that too easily. If we were to clear this area, it opens it up into, man, who even knows? I was looking at like the COT and like where we were from that perspective as well, like what crude could look like. If we were to take out this high, I mean, I think that crude goes back to that's the Ukraine war highs.
Yeah, it is.
So this high is I think it's extremely important on my stuff.
Yeah. Go ahead. I was going to say, it is interesting though, if you would have told market participants that the Strait of Hormuz was going to be closed for 6 weeks, 20% of oil production, shipments moving through there, and oil would not have taken out that Ukraine high, I think that would have been, that's surprising to me. I'm surprised it hasn't taken that high out yet. I mean, I think many people would have thought we'd be at 150, and if it takes the Strait of Hormuz being closed and we still can't get to 150, are we ever going to get to 150? I mean, it's a real concern. If you're an oil bull, like how could we not have been taking out highs amidst all this? And not only is the Strait closed, there's been production issues, production destruction. And so, if you're bearish, let's say on crude, this is a good sign for bears long term, or that oil is never going to go back to 150, $200, and maybe that's because the governments will never allow it. That probably is a good operating assumption, but it is a little bit concerning for a mega oil bull that we couldn't even really take out these highs yet.
But honestly, if you're an oil bull, you just want higher for longer. You don't want to spike to 150 because then you create demand destruction immediately. And that is no good for oil companies, or if you're just a general oil bull, you don't want to see prices that high.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, Shai, I listen to you when it comes to that. And when I look at the COT data, which I wonder if Jason Shapiro has put much out on this. He's really the best in the biz at looking at this. But you see commercials are the most short they've been in some time, but nothing super crazy either, right? And you don't see large specs even too long. When you look at COT data, I mean, the market, again, is very comfortable here in oil. And you just wonder, again, we're going to be looking past the war at some point soon, I hope, right? Again, for multiple reasons, right? Then we start looking at everything else. And when I look at oil, even from a trader standpoint right now, to me, the volatility is really high. Obviously, you should be taking a look at micros if you're trading this product. It just looks to me as though it's probably still by the dip, but the dips can be very fierce.
Exactly.
And it's probably, if anything, when I look at my daily, we're very contained. I think 96, 90, high maybe even 97-ish area, high 90s is the area where I think they're going to continue to defend. If I were to see us pull back below that on the bigger picture, that pulls us back down to like 80. I would be a serious buyer down in there. But I think for now, it builds above my area, and I think that we're going to look at this highs, which I think are going to be hard to get through. But if it does get through, it gets very, very interesting. What I want to show everybody as well is like S&P. I talked about this last week for NASDAQ, and I'm looking at S&P. Overnight last night, I stepped in and I got along a little bit of S&P. I'm looking for 66.91 this week. Again, this is the strategy I look at. I look for mean reversion. The overall primary trend in the S&P, when you look at it, is way up, right? So here we are on a weekly, and it's just obviously way higher, right? So that's my main time frame to look at what trend is, because you could look at this pullback. In the scheme of things, this pullback is not that big of a deal, in my opinion, right? Where I look for a daily for mean reversions, and I look at using my beacon indicator, which comes in when we had finally a reaction above a light blue. If you look at my previous ones, they've not spent any time above my light blues for a mean reversion trade, which the light blues support. As long as we hold above 65.27, I think we're headed to 66.91 this week. I think that we're going to print that. That's what I see. That's what I'm playing for. I think it's a buy the dip market in S&P. Again, does it push above there much? I don't think so. This boxed area is where I think S&P is going to be for a minute. With oil sitting at 110, how do you get really any buyers on any sort of rally? You're seeing buyers in dips. You're not seeing buyers in rallies. I like weakness in S&P this week. I think we're going to trade 66.91. I have pretty strong conviction on that. I'll watch the open today. I'll actually be buying calls outside. That's around 6,700 area, out of the money calls. I'll be looking at that. One thing I want to talk to you guys about, which is interesting, right, is you've got NASDAQ and S&P up today. NASDAQ is the upside leader. And again, I had last week, I talked about NASDAQ getting to 24,462 for all intensive purposes. Like it's gotten there. I mean, I think it's going to print it this week. It probably prints it today is my guess. And then who knows what NASDAQ does. I think it could be probably still try and push higher. But ultimately, NASDAQ is now leading, and you have divergence between Russell and Dow. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I see it today, but on Thursday, the Russell did outperform. So, look, I think we're still going to be in a reasonably correlated here. But I think the interesting thing for NASDAQ, we talked about this a little bit last week, is in the first quarter, the outperformance of energy versus tech was massive. And I think that helped lead to the Russell outperforming the NASDAQ. And so as you kind of transition into the second quarter, some of those positions got stretched. Now you get oil maybe coming off if the war premium goes away, kind of shift back into NASDAQ out of energy for a trade. I think that's supportive of NASDAQ over the Russell, right? So I think you might see that dynamic, continue here. Maybe you're seeing a little bit of that this morning. But look, in earnings season, what you typically get idiosyncratic stocks moving all around. The indices kind of holding together, correlated, and as we exit, maybe then we'll see, which indexes. But for me, I think in order for the tape to move materially higher, the NASDAQ has to be the driver, right? People have to feel comfortable that the AI CapEx story is going to continue to propel this market higher. And we'll start to get earnings, in the next couple of weeks to give some credence to that idea that the AI story is still with us. Yep.
Gold shy is where I'm going next. As long as we hold above 45.11 this week, I'm actually going to look to try and buy some dips in gold as well. This is the scenarios I look for. You have a pullback, right? You get oversold, market stabilizes, you get back towards these moving averages, right? This is what I look for. Bollinger Bands get flat. If anything, they look like they're starting to tighten up in here. Gold looks to me like mean reversion week as well. I think that gold prints 48.94 within the coming week or so. So when I look at gold, I think gold and equities are buy the dip. But specifically for me, it's going to be gold and S&P because I think that's where the most opportunity is right now. What's going on in the backdrop of gold? We only got a minute left, but...
So, the story is still there. Central banks are buying. I think, it got overstretched earlier, and we saw a big pullback in it. Not surprising. But the fundamental story is still there. It's still a store of value. There's even more uncertainty in the world now than there was before, particularly if you're looking through this Strait of Hormuz, where, Iran is charging people via yuan or crypto That's a move away from the dollar. And so, I think other central banks see that and, they're kind of worried about that. And so we're not going to, that story is not going away anytime soon. And, people, monetary monetarists,
Did it 7 times fast.
they love,
3 times fast.
they are, they're the buy the dippers. Interesting, we wicked through the 200-day. It held. We closed above the 100-day. We just came back and retested it today, and so far it's holding. So if it holds, I think we can go up and easily touch that 50-day up at 49.58.
Yeah, again, I go to my weekly chart and I take a look at what's happening here. If I tighten this up and I look at this gold chart, this pullback, this was a substantial pullback, unlike what I thought we saw in S&P and NASDAQ, and shook a lot of people out. I mean, and now you have last week taking out the previous week's high. This becomes a key week, right? I wouldn't be surprised to see an inside week in gold, but if you take out last week's high in gold, which I think that they will, I think they're going to try to at least. Momentum is on the bull side for sure here. I think it's going to be a struggle as I go back to my daily. I think 48.94 is going to be resistance. I think that gold up in here is probably a short-term short for day traders. I think it would be an area where you look for some volatility. But bulls have the momentum. Big week to watch gold if it does take out last week's high. I know we're out of time. Craig, close us out, 30 seconds, and we got to get to our guest today.
Yeah, keep an eye on this ISM report later out this morning. You kind of, the read on services, how strong is the economy been able to hold up for, during the war situation here with rising energy prices. And then obviously all eyes on the president, right? He's going to have his 1 p.m. press conference, various tweets, various rhetoric, and potential deadline for tomorrow night. That's going to be unfortunately, that's going to be the short-term driver of everything here. And then keep an eye on the cross-asset divergences. Are we going to see bonds, separate from stocks? Are we going to see gold break away, go up while stocks go down, right? Those will be the areas to see what's the strongest, what are the weakest, and I can maybe give some guidance as to how this might play out for the rest of the week.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Craig. We'll see you in chat.
Yep.
Shai. Preview of today's guest.
So we have Garrett Toay, because I had several people request that we get an ag person on.
Garrett's great.
Talking about that. He is the owner of Toay Commodity Futures Group. He is also part of Ag Trader Talk.
Perfect. And the rest of Monday's lineup, as usual, we're going to have Tape Talk with Farm at 8:45. We have Trade the Open with Tanja and Salma at 9. 11 o'clock, Midday Markets, Nick Fortick and Leo the Tiger. And then Trade the Close, Stowe, XY, and Jack of All Trades. You think if somebody listened to us for the first time with all these nicknames, they'd be like, what the hell is this? Like, what kind of what's going on here? Leo the Tiger, Nick Fortick. Nobody has a regular name. Selma does.
Selma does. Tanja.
Yeah, Tanja. Yeah. All right, let's bring in Garrett. Garrett, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Great to have you here. I know we're going to focus on commodities this morning with you, and I just want to get kind of the sense, because obviously you're looking at markets in general as well. What is your take right now when you look at the overall market and you have commodities now starting to get lifted? I don't know, maybe across the board. We'll have you comment on that. You have oil, as we've been saying, comfortably sitting at 110, and equity markets are kind of saying, we're okay with this for now, but does it look like we're getting ready for a commodity maybe boom here and inflation could be coming back beyond just oil?
I think we are, at least that's the hope. And to give some background on myself, my focus is largely on ag. So it's the board of trade, the ag room, and livestock as well. So that's where my background generally is focused on. So listening to you guys present, I'm the dumb guy in the room. You guys are a lot smarter than I am. But, I think what happened, everyone's talking about this Iranian war. We forget we're in the middle of a trade war as well. And from the ag's perspective, we're kind of all dressed up with nowhere to go at this point. The spec money is extremely long, the ags. In fact, this last Commitment of Traders report showed the funds are long wheat for the first time since 2022, which was the Ukraine war. So But that being said, we've got large spec longs in soybeans, we have large spec longs in corn. The last time we had crude at $110, wheat was a lot higher than where we are right now. So, part of that is I'm going to go old school on you. Some of that's fundamentals. We have a very large world wheat crop. We have a very large U.S. corn carryout. And part of that spec long in soybeans, especially, when the market tanked, we were 12.37 and made soybeans a month ago. The catalyst to that sell-off was President Trump delaying the meeting with China, and so that tells you that 6 weeks ago, I don't know, it all, we're in a wash cycle here, but 6-8 weeks ago, the spec long thought that China was going to buy that at 8 million metric ton of additional soybeans that President Trump had floated out there, and that is really the difference. If China did come out and buy this 8 million metric ton, the U.S. soybean carryout got to rationing levels. And when we delayed that meeting, everything kind of fell apart. So as far as from an ag spectrum, that's the hope, from ag bulls, is that this inflation trade comes back into play. Crude at $110. Like I said, the last time we had crude at 110, or you guys were talking 150, or wherever crude ends up, wheat was $9. I mean, it was $3-4 higher than where we are now. So now that being said, we still, like I said, we had a lot of large stocks out here. We just had an important government report last week with the stocks report. And in fact, in spite of all this rally, the farmer's still sitting on a lot of grain out here, especially in corn. They sold some beans, but the on-farm stocks versus the first quarter aren't as they're just as big. So that's going to temper rallies. Whether we're just biding time here for this spec long to kind of cycle through and sell out and refresh, I do think longer term that the money is anticipating this inflationary trade. But the title of my morning comments this morning is deadlines, 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 and we have this deadline tomorrow afternoon, or tomorrow evening, excuse me. And how that plays back into this trade war is that, remember, we moved these meetings in Beijing back to mid-May, and at the time President Trump said by then that this Iran war will be over. At least that's the hope, or what the play is. And in my opinion, I think that the longer this Iranian war goes on, the more this kicks the trade war down the curb. So there's no progress being made, and China won't do anything until we have a deal written in ink, not pencil.
And then I had a question. When we're seeing higher diesel prices, obviously this affects particularly farmers, as obviously transportation everywhere, but particularly farmers. When does that start to filter into the ag market and raise input costs that will raise grain prices eventually?
Shy, that was 3 weeks ago. I mean, it's impacting us now. These higher diesel prices. I mean, I was on spring break last week and drove to the Mid-South. I drove through Indiana and paid $5.60 a gallon for diesel. And I'm sitting there looking at the semis, looking at freight transit in the United States, and thinking, yeesh, this is going to hit hard. But it already is. We recommended to our clients to lock in their physical fuel needs from the get-go, because we knew that the distillate market was tight to begin with, and that the situation probably is going to get worse before it gets better. But knock on wood, that's the smartest move we've made so far. But I do think that it's kitching in. Obviously, the fertilizer prices are impacting us. I mean, I see that India put out a tender for 2.5 million metric ton of urea over the weekend. It's the fertilizer, it's the diesel, it's everything is impacting us. There's been a lot of rhetoric from the government, USDA specifically, about How is this going to impact this year's crop? Obviously, in addition to that stocks report last week, we had the March intentions. And I'm assuming that I'm talking to a lot of people who have no familiarity with the cycle of USDA reports. The March planting intentions are not worth the paper they're written on. It's basically a guess as far as what impending acres are going to be. It showed corn acres around 95 million acres, which were not down as much as what we thought. But given the farmer participation in those surveys, the farmers don't trust the USDA. They don't participate in the surveys. It was only like 43% response rate, so those numbers aren't any good. In fact, last year, the reason that we got the big corn sell-off is that we didn't really figure out acres until the FSA reports in the month of August. So we won't know what planted acres are going to be for ags until probably the month of August. But that being said, high fertilizer prices, high diesel prices. The USDA has said that there's 80% of farmers have their fertilizer needs covered. That is that risk, that 20% who don't have fertilizer needs covered could impact this 2026 acreage report. But that being said, I do think the bigger story is next year, because these fertilizer prices, when 80% or 75% of nobody has any fertilizer coverage for 2027, that's when this all bites.
And what is kind of the fertilizer issue looking like? I'm glad you brought that up, because we know a lot trout transverses through the Strait of Hormuz, but we do produce a lot of fertilizer here. How big of an impact is that kind of supply chain disruption having for U.S. farmers?
At this point, it's not a lot. Typically the cycle starts in the prior fall. Just because of the cheapness of it, most producers, where they can, will buy fall anhydrous, which is a nitrogen source. There's some variability. There's some producers who may not have put on fall anhydrous because they wanted to wait and maybe it was going to get cheaper. It's one of those seasonalities of 8 years out of 10 that doesn't work, but they were hoping that 2%, especially with squeezed margins. So the big thing is that because most fertilizers are produced or are sourced from energy supplies, and it's more supplies in the logistics, the farmer's been pinched since 2022. Or really, the fertilizer tightness started back then. And even though we have high prices and we've had decent rallies in grains, it's a margin squeeze for the producer, and that's what's really hurting us.
We've got a few minutes left. I just want to talk about the potential for commodities maybe not to play catch up. It's such an interesting moment right now, Garrett, because when you look at everything, I think from equity traders to ag traders to probably traders across most asset classes look at what's happening in crude oil right now and say, I'm kind of surprised these things haven't happened yet. Now, is it just the obvious that everything is going to play catch up to it, or is this something we haven't seen, and maybe this doesn't happen? Maybe things don't catch up to oil, and maybe this is transitory with oil prices. I don't believe that, but I don't know what you think.
You said it. I mean, I think that I'm getting tired of unprecedented times happening every 2 weeks. But I've been doing this for 25 years, and I do think that once we kind of work through the initial transition of ownership from the farmer to the fund, this could see another move higher, especially if you throw weather onto things. You got to keep in mind that underlying, we've talked about a lot of things, but we really haven't talked about is the very supportive U.S. biofuels program. And that's been leading soybean oil. But it's interesting here is even though crude's at 110, we've had a 30-cent break in corn. Soybean oil is following the energy market, but crude is not. And corn is just as much energy as it is soybean oil. But the interesting thing is why is that? We don't, Chai will tell us, we don't really have a gasoline supply problem. We've got a distillate problem, right? So soybean oil is impacted because that's going to go for biodiesel, but corn ethanol is not. So if we're going to try to bridge this gap or create, there's demand for products, it's out of the soybean oil and biodiesel more than the ethanol side of things. So, that's, I think, what's happening here. As far as your question, back to your original point, Anthony, I think it's common. There's certain points where the markets divorce themselves from fundamentals, and then we get into that big inflationary trade. I think if crude does go to 150, I don't think there's anything that really stops us from going there. But again, we're playing that game. We are just picking up pennies in front of a freight train because I think listening to you guys before is, we know the recession or this is just going to cripple the economy and everything's going to come crashing down. So, do you want to buy it to anticipate the rally or look to a point to sell? I'd probably be in the latter more than the former.
It's such an interesting time, Shai. And what are the oil people saying in all this, right? I mean, I guess the oil people are looking at this from almost the same lens that we are, right? Because we look at it from Garrett's perspective and the ags and saying, look, we're surprised that maybe some of these things haven't happened yet. Equity traders are looking at it going, wow, we're surprised that equities are holding up. And then we look at oil and say, oil is only at 110, 115 versus what happened in the Ukraine war, which I felt that this one would have had a much larger impact on the price of oil than that. And then you tie all this together, and again, you got the three of us here. My background, straight into indexes, Garrett's ags, you obviously kind of all of the above. But I guess what it comes down to, Shai, is like, is this just something that that the market has almost anticipated and handled extremely well, or like where are we with this?
I think that I think markets are just hoping we need to get the Strait open. As soon as we get the Strait open, I mean, as far as crude is concerned, that's going to be fine and that's going to fix it, right? But I think reality will set in because, again, you have to realize we have almost 10 million barrels of production offline. We have global floating storage is tanking. Any excess that we had initially is gone. And so that is going to be a reality this market will have to face as soon as, after we get past the big Strait. But it is the biggest supply disruption we've had in the energy market. So, yes, I am surprised it's not higher. But again, I think that also that's not a bad thing that it's not higher.
Yeah, exactly.
For the global economy. But I think that this is going to last, again, a lot longer than people anticipate because of, all of the production that is currently offline and the fact that global floating storage is going to be very low by the time that this gets all said and done. And, we're still releasing from the SPR that's practically drained already. And so this is going to be an ongoing problem for months and months, not weeks and weeks.
I think that's really the ticket, right, Garrett, is that this is probably going to last longer at these elevated prices versus like a big spike that eventually comes back down, which is more, I think, of what the Ukraine war was. I don't remember the duration of time.
Yep.
But Garrett, we're out of time, but I want to give you the final word. Maybe any final thoughts before we let you go today?
You're exactly right. I mean, a long sustained rally is probably more detrimental to the economy than the spike that we saw during Ukraine. And that's exactly what we saw. Wheat is just kind of grinding higher. Corn is grinding higher. During the Ukraine invasion, wheat spiked. We saw huge inverses in the market, and then they quickly collapsed within 30 to 45 days. And as Shai said, is when we start, that for me with this Iran situation, when they started destroying oil production and the infrastructure, I'm like, okay, this is not going to end. This isn't going to stop on a dime. It's going to take months, if not years, to fix those facilities. I just think that right now, I mean, there's a powder keg out there potentially from the inflation standpoint in ags. But we've had for lack of a better term, we've had a good rain and that powder keg's fairly damp right now. But if it dries out and this war extends, then, just be very, very careful.
Garrett, we have to end it there. Always great hearing insight from you. We need to hear more of Garrett and more of his expertise. But I love the old school guys too, because I come from that background too. I was a CME guy. You were a board of trade guy. Different, but always brothers from a different mother, as we call it, yep. Garrett. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
So here we are. Craig Shapiro he just slid back in there with
Real quick.
the three of us. Chad, again, good morning. We haven't heard from Farm. Hopefully he's doing okay. Farm, we missed you here this morning. Hopefully everything is good with you. We'll go back to the panel. I'm going to show some charts and go over a couple things. But coming out of that with Garrett, it's an interesting thing, right? What's going on right now. When we look at the markets from this 10,000-foot view, and I know a lot of traders in here, obviously you are point and click in and out, discretionary, every day, right? But when you really sit back and look at this market environment, which we hope to help you each and every day kind of understand what's going on in the marketplace, it's interesting because if you do pull back from this and look at the price of crude, commodities slipping higher, kind of across the board here in that perspective from Garrett, you would think that equities not only would be, we are volatile, right? But be more volatile, also a lot lower. But yet, here we are in this dynamic where I think everyone, and you got to figure some of these bigger macro traders or some of these bigger desks, it can't be super easy for them because they're moving in and out of much bigger positions. And what I see in this marketplace, even from guys experienced as much as Garrett, looking at it and going, it's not going to happen in the way we thought this would play out.
And Bloomberg had the March numbers for most of the big hedge fund industry last week, and the numbers were pretty bad for March. So I think a lot of pockets of big money have really been struggling. Obviously, guys who are focused on energy and crude, doing really well, but a lot of the big macro shops haven't really traded this well. A lot of the multi-manager community hasn't really traded this well too. So, it makes it harder to get those guys to kind of come back in to chase the tape higher. Like if that's the momentum, where they're not going to necessarily be there. They don't have that momentum. But this has been certainly a challenging, trading environment for professional investors. And look, the Strait of Hormuz being closed, it's the single greatest choke point in the world for global energy and global commodities. And I think people's models don't necessarily reflect what reality exists when that happens. And what's the world going to look like on the other side? Is Iran going to continue to control this? Are they going to extract a toll? Are they going to be the throttle on the global economy by only allowing certain ships at certain times of day, certain commodities go through? I think this is huge unknown. The markets are myopic. They're very short-term focused. They focus on, yes, we could just look through because we always look through, right? The Fed helps you, the government helps you, whatever it is. But, at the risk of saying this time is different, it's been a while since, the global supply chain has been so controlled by, one economic actor. You really probably have to look back to like the oil embargoes of the 70s as far as a comparable period of time when commodities were this controlled by someone who didn't necessarily have the West's best interests in mind. And so markets are coming to grips with that reality. It's going to take longer to get to the other side. And what does the world look like on the other side? Still TBD. So, I think that's what we're seeing with the churn here in the tape, the up and down, the correlated asset classes. But as things play out over the next weeks and months, the winners and losers are going to be vast, and there's going to be tremendous opportunity on both sides to trade and figure this out.
I agree. I think a couple things to talk about too with the chat is, obviously we've been through a lot of cycles, and not everybody in chat's probably been doing this maybe as long as us, right? I can't believe I started on the floor 30 years ago, 96. I feel like that was yesterday. But a couple things I look at is I always look at the market as there's moments in time where, you take advantage of market environments that are conducive to your strategy. And people don't talk about that enough, in my opinion, right? Because I've had the same strategy for the most part for a long time now. And there's certain cycles or certain moments where everything works really well for me. And other times where it's not, and it's the same strategy. And it's always like, well, what the hell's going on? It's a different time. This is a moment where I think for the short-term trader is really a good time because nobody wants to hold stuff overnight. There's a lot of activity. You don't have to be somebody if you want to trade overnight, you're getting action there. If you want to just trade in the mornings, you're getting action there. You're getting action in all these different moments that are very short term, right? If you go back and look at, like for me, I've tried to hold stuff. It has not been easy for me to hold anything, let alone, and I'm a little guy in the scheme of things. And you look at these big funds like you talk about, and they're all struggling. So when you look at the short-term day traders, if your stuff is working right now, and I think you're seeing a lot of multi-directional, two-way tapes where it's not just trending markets. You got to kind of dig into that, everybody. You got to kind of go in, and if this is working well for you as a short-term trader, really take advantage of that. Because as you pull back and you listen to Shai, Garrett, Craig, myself, who we sit back and we're a little bit longer term, not easy to hold things. I want to take a look at the charts, and let's take a look at a couple things coming into today. When I look at crude oil, again, what I look for coming into today's trade with crude oil is my neutral area is 108.84. And so this is my beacon indicator. It's free. You can get it. I'm actually going to have a website up on NinjaTrader soon where you're going to be able to go and download not only just my indicator, but everybody's on here. They're all going to have got some cool stuff coming. But one thing that I look at here when I see this is, crude oil today, I think you're going to be bouncing between 111.73 and 108.84. Those are two key areas I'll watch for. Resistance so far this morning has held up very well, and also support. And I look at a 60-minute chart with my indicator on it. And again, where I think you watch for some pressure points, because I think that if crude oil gets above 111.73 today and it starts to spike, you do want to watch how that's going to react in equities. And so for me, I'll just basically just put alerts and say above like maybe 111.80 or something. I'll put a trigger on there like 108.60, and to say if it gets outside that range, keep an eye on it, because I do think that when the markets get range bound in oil, they're not really impacting equities, but it's when they break out of these like kind of tight ranges I've noticed on my stuff. It's like, okay, all of a sudden that trade comes back, and it comes back in for a moment again. So watch those levels this morning on oil. Equities this morning, again, I've talked about how I'm bullish. I'm actually going to go to the daily here real quick. We have 65.27 is a big area for me. It's going to be the key to the downside. We've held it now over the last 3 sessions. This is going to be session number 4. We've held above it. I think we're targeting 66.91. I think it's coming this week. And so when I take it down to a lower time frame, I look at it and go, this area is going to be key for me this morning when you narrow it down even more. 66.30 is going to be pivotal this morning in ES. Watch that area. If we stay above that, I think we are headed to 6,700. 66.91 is my daily area. If we stay below there, I think we could pull back down to 65.75 to 65.80 area, and that to me is going to be key to the upside. So I just want to give a little bit of technical perspective. We got a few minutes left, Shai. I also want to get into silver. We've not talked much about it. We've talked so much about every other market these days, metals and everything. I have all these levels here in silver. Even for me, I haven't pulled it up on my chart. What's going on in silver lately?
So, I mean, silver, again, the fundamental story is still there. We're going on a 6-year deficit, supply deficit in the millions of ounces. You've got a problem with the fact that 75% of the silver that we mine is a byproduct of mining something else. There's very few dedicated silver mines out there, pure silver plays out there. You need, solar panels aren't going away, EVs aren't going away, and you also need a lot of silver for data centers and for chips. So that demand's not going away anytime soon. That said, silver tends to be a very volatile trade, comparatively speaking, to other metals. And I think that it's sort of, we're still up $73, which is, much higher than, we've been in a $20 to $30 range forever before it just broke out recently. But I think that, again, I think it's higher for longer. The fundamental story is still there. I think it's a little bit worried about the economy. I think it's kind of acting like a copper a little bit. Because if we start to see a pullback in the economy or we see a global recession to all this, does that mean we slow down manufacturing of electric vehicles, of solar panels, of building out data centers? So we'll keep an eye on that.
Hence why it's not keeping up with gold, really. When I look at the chart of gold, I look at silver. Silver key level for me is going to be 79. If it does hold it, I think it does go back up to 80. Again, if anything, this market looks like sideways, maybe chipping away higher, kind of like I think a lot of stuff does right now. I talked about gold. I think gold is a pretty clean look to me right now. If it holds 45.11, I think we're headed to 48.94. And we talked about this on the weekly chart. If you look at gold, could be an inside week. If it can't get above last week's high, I expect a lot of volatility in last week's range. But you had, I think, a good low 2 weeks ago, Craig. I really do when I look at it. Like, to me, gold is like, man, watch it on the reactions to the downside. I think gold is back in play. I'm buying the dips. And Shai talked about the reasons why silver maybe not so much. But, Craig, we got a minute left. We haven't talked much about lately negative gamma, positive gamma, where we are in the whole scheme of the window of weakness versus the windows of strengths. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, we remain in a negative gamma position. This is the second week now of the month. Expiry is next week. So, this is as we transition through this week, the flows will start to become a little bit more supportive. You'll get some buyback of hedges into next week. But we're still in a negative gamma position here, too, so moves can be exacerbated as dealers are chasing direction of the tape. So it's another factor. Share buybacks are not in play right now, so you've lost that that supported flow. The pension rebalance trade for the quarterly expiry, that's largely behind us here. So, look, I think we're seeing markets are kind of crescendoing here into something from the president, right? You're seeing your ranges are coming a little bit more narrow here. We're waiting to hear. Are we going back into phase one of a ratcheting up of the geopolitical issues here and a war that gets a lot worse? Or are we in this phase two transition, a ceasefire here, more ships are moving through? I think the market's waiting for that. The market's getting a little bit tired and exhausted of the back and forth in the headlines. We want to trade kind of the other side of whatever happens. And fundamental guys, the macro community, they want to trade markets that have more dispersion, cross-asset dispersion, right? Where you can get long gold for the right reasons. You can be long or short equities for the right reasons. When things are moving in a highly correlated fashion like they have been for the last several weeks, it's just very difficult, right? Because then you're so prone to the headline risk. Everything moves at once with different degrees of beta to the same news, and it's exhausting, if you're not kind of sitting in front of your screen every single day watching every headline. Traders, investors or macro guys want to see that move behind us, and then they can get, their teeth behind some of these larger trades like silver or like gold or, getting along the AI capex or short, whatever the short private credit, whatever the case may be. We want to move past this highly correlated environment, and hopefully, we'll get some resolution or not in the next 48 hours, and then we'll know, where we stand.
Yeah, one of the best macro traders I ever met, and this is probably going back maybe 15, 20 years ago, maybe even longer than that, I don't know. Time goes by so fast. I mean, where are we? Q2 of 2026 already? He said something to me that had a lasting impact on me. He's like, technicals get me in trades. The macro helps me hold trades. And as a short-term trader, I never really cared too much about that. And years ago, I moved into more swing trades, and I'm not nearly as active as I was. And I try to find things I could hold, right? When there's no macro backdrop, or if there's no really, you could even go as far as a macro as in terms of just a commodity that's really trending in a direction, right? And you don't necessarily have to know what the macro is, but you see something with a very clear trend. You can hold things. This is not that environment. I go back to where we were. This is short-term traders' environment. This is where I think a lot of short-term strategies, if they're working well for you traders, you got to kind of just dive into it, and you got to maximize these times, because there are going to be times where we go back to trending and it's kind of grindy, slow, choppy, higher. I mean, I remember 2002, 3, 4, and 5. I was like, oh my God, how am I ever going to continue to stay in this business? It was so brutal, and we just grinded higher. You have volatility, you have two-way tapes, and you've got all these different asset classes that are busy right now, right? All these different products that are busy. So anyway, again, that's what we try to cover here in the mornings with this great panel. What is the market environment? Craig, Shai, thank you so much for today. We'll see you guys in chat.
Thank you.
All right. It's Monday. You know what that means? The OGs, the ladies of NinjaTrader Live on Monday. A quick look at the tape, and then we'll bring in Tanja and Salma. Again, S&P pretty much flat, up a couple bucks this morning, 66.24. NASDAQ leading the way, up a third of 1%, 71.75, or 71.75. That's how much it's up on the day. 24,289 is where NASDAQ sits. Metals up across the board. We talked about that with the last panel here. I still think gold is the one that's in play, looking for last week's high. Treasuries, 4.327 on the 10-year yield this morning. Bonds and 10-year are both sitting up modestly. And you have some weakness in the dollar across the board today. Bitcoin's up against it, ETH. And you've got currencies, Australian dollar leading the way up of half of 1%. And then the last thing I'll talk about, just the divergence today, which could play a little bit of a role. We'll see with Tanja and Salma and Midday Markets crew and afternoon crew that are mostly trading indexes think. You got Russell down, Dow down, you got NASDAQ up, and S&P flat to up. And so we'll see how that dynamic plays throughout the morning. But without further ado, let's bring in Tanja and Salma. Good morning, ladies. How are you?
Good morning.
You got the little Cubby Bear shirt on today, Tanya?
Oh yeah. I love my teddy bear shirts. And it's
Oh,
basketball
that's
for
cool.
March Madness.
So who we got tonight? We got Michigan, or we got UConn?
I like UConn.
I bet Michigan. Ooh, Selma, you look at
Midwest versus the East.
No, I don't
No, I'm
watch
just
college
going. I'm betting with
basketball.
my pocketbook. You don't watch it, but who do you got? Just pick one: Michigan or UConn. Who are you thinking?
UConn.
I guess Michigan, because you're picking Michigan.
You see, she's a suck up.
No, because once he leaves, I'll just switch to UConn. It doesn't matter,
Exactly what I
Tanya.
said last week. It's Salma who picks who to suck up to based on what's convenient.
Bro.
She's calling
Honestly,
you
I don't
out,
know
Selma,
anything
in front of me.
about college basketball, but the Knicks, that's all I know. Just know the Knicks. So, guys, my birthday or anything you guys want to do nice for me, we'll go to the Knicks game.
She's always asking for
Courtside.
gifts too. Have you noticed this, Tanya?
I know,
She
no,
wants
I don't.
swag. She wants gifts. I mean,
She's very
Hey.
demanding.
At least I enter the giveaways and I try to give myself a fair shot to win.
yeah. We're starting to pick up more of her tendencies here, Tanya, as time goes by. We're learning more about Selma. We're
getting to
peeling her
know
back
Selma.
like an onion.
Chat. Closed mouths don't get fed. You gotta at least try.
Fair enough.
That's right. All right. Well, let's take a look at the charts this morning. Tanya, we'll start with you. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I'm seeing that on Sunday open, we came back and we filled this imbalance and we were really strong. And I think that if we hold that up, if we hold that Sunday low, like we should be able to get to these highs. But if we honestly, we have been starting to fail here. I could see us coming back all the way back to that Sunday low if we break this 6 p.m. low and we get some more displacements. I think that that's totally possible. Because we took out that Wednesday high, and this market's pretty much has been like mostly consolidating, but we had a nice push up on Tuesday, came back, and like we've been holding the bullishness. So I think that if we can hold that 6 p.m. low, then we could go to the previous week high of like March 25th. Yeah. I'm gonna come in neutral because I think we have 10 a.m. news actually, right? Today? Yeah, we have 10 a.m. ISM services. I think that's going to be really interesting. If we hold below like 24,250, then I could try shorts. I wouldn't be afraid to do that. But other than that, I'm going to be mostly neutral for the day. What about you, Salma?
Honestly, don't have too much of a bias just because I feel like we're in the middle of
Yeah.
nowhere right now. Looking at the Russell, I posted this yesterday on X. I was just looking at this supply zone that we've basically had since March 10th. Every time we've come up here, we've respected it, sold off. And so we're pretty much near it. The zone that I have here is from 2554 to, oh, okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, 2554 to 2563. And then right above it, we also have October highs and February lows. So we do have some like really key levels up there. Just really interested to see what we do there. The thing that I do want to know is, the more we touch a zone or a level, the weaker it gets. And so, I'll be very interested to see if this holds or if we finally, for whatever reason, break above on some type of news or whatever the case may be. And then I have a similar zone on ES here. Basically, since March 18th, I'm watching 66.71, 66.81. Again, every time we've come here, we've just sold off. Even when we've tried to push above, sellers have come back down, kept us within the zone. We haven't really had a 4-hour close above at all. So we might get your level, Anthony, that 91 level, but I'm not really too sure if buyers will be able to hold above. But yeah, that's really what I'll be looking at. And obviously this is on the 4-hour time frame, so I'd want to wait for a 4-hour candle close for confirmation to see if we do indeed reject or if we break above. And those will be the two zones on ES and the Russell that I'll be watching for the rest of the week. And then real quick, I have been watching crude. I have also been trading crude a little bit, maybe shouldn't have, but these are the levels that I have on crude. We've been using 110 so far as support. I would like to see us lose this. Otherwise, we will, go for another chance at highs. And then the next level up here that I have for my extension level would be 131 on crude. If we lose 110, then I do have 107 and then 103 as next potential support areas. And that's really it going into this week. I don't really have a bias today, honestly. Just want to see what we do. And then we've only got one more Monday before we are in Miami. So that's what I'm counting down for.
Yeah.
Belly, are
I'm
you
excited.
ready?
Am I ready? I'm
Are you
pretty
ready?
You're gonna see
as
how
ready as I
demanding
could be.
she is in person.
No, I'm not, guys. I'm really chill. I'm just a chill girl.
Yeah.
I'm chill. But I'm excited. Really looking forward to it.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it. We've got Jem Carson and Danielle DiMartino Booth are going to do a fireside chat with me, and so that's going to be fun too. We're going to be at a rooftop in Miami. Going to be a lot of fun.
Whoa,
Be a lot of fun.
Wait, when is that?
That's going to be at the event.
That's the event.
Oh shoot! Wait, so we get to meet them too?
Welcome to the party today.
no.
Selma. Is she having the same conversation with us, Tanya? Or what's going on here?
No, because I want to meet Carson. That would be cool.
Yeah. Jem and
actually...
Danielle DiMartino Booth are coming. Yeah.
Oh wow! All right, cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, I just announced it now. I announced a lot of things in your show, right? Everyone's really paying attention in yours. I mean, they're not paying attention as much in the other guys. They're not as cool as you guys. And speaking of cool, we only have 155 likes. I mean, this is crazy. We need to get those up quite a bit as I get ready to bounce out of here for this Monday morning. Chad, it's been great with all of you as usual. Always a lot of fun in the morning panel, and I hand it over to two of my faves, Tanya and Salma, for today's trade. And show some love. Like I said, hit like and subscribe. We're already at 202,000 subscribers, which is pretty badass. So again, thank you all. Have a great trading day, and I'll see everybody tomorrow. I'll see you in chat.
Bye, Deli. Bye.
You heard that, chat. Get those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. You got to get those numbers up. Hit that like button. Anyway, I don't know how
I pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
I was waiting for that.
They got that ready. Yeah, I don't know how you couldn't be a UConn fan after the last game they had. They had like a crazy win, buzzer beater essentially.
Dude, I really know nothing about
You gotta look it up. Chat knows what I'm talking about, I'm sure. My cousin's actually gonna be on the UConn women's basketball team next year.
Whoa, that's cool.
Yeah, my cousin's
You gonna get
really
us
good.
tickets?
Yeah, sure.
Guys, do I really sound that needy?
I'm serious though. Yeah, she's like
promise I'm
third in the
not.
country for basketball.
That's awesome. That's crazy. Guys, Tanya's family is athletic. That's actually really, really cool though.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool. UConn's legacy.
Technical Trader says, yes, you do. Technical Trader, that was a rhetorical question, my friend. Oh, God. I am really, really excited, though, for Miami. Just
Yeah, me too. I'm excited.
one more trade the open next week, and then be on our way.
Yeah. Miami.
Can't wait. We have 10 a.m. news. What is chat? Mostly bullish, bearish, neutral. Mostly bullish.
I can't see it. Oh, actually, yes, I can. Bullish, you're right. Yeah, I don't know. The overnight move was pretty crazy. I don't know if anyone in chat was trading it last night, but price action was wild.
Well, you always come in. You're like, I traded. What session did you trade, Salma? What was it this time?
Uh,
Eight.
just Asia. Just Asia. I went to sleep.
That's good.
And yeah.
Got your sleep.
Oh, but no, price action was pretty insane. I wanted to say wacky, but insane is a better word. Larry, I was just joking. It's not my birthday.
It was just my birthday, so I should be getting the
It
gift.
was just your birthday, yeah. What'd you do for your birthday? Tell us.
Um, I went to lunch with my mom and my sister, and then I got dinner with some friends at like a hand roll place.
Ooh, sushi.
Yeah,
That's nice.
it was good.
Cool.
Going to like the opera.
When is that?
After we come back from Miami, because I'm going to see like Eugene Onegin. It's like a Russian opera, like Tchaikovsky's opera.
That's
I
cool.
like going to Lincoln Center and stuff.
That's really cool. Yeah, everybody in chat, wish her a happy birthday. And
You
then
don't
don't forget for next year.
do it.
Huh?
You do not need to be telling people.
Like they can't hear us. Someone says, Merry Birthmas.
Yeah, ES is a little weaker. Okay, as usual. Merry Birthmas, that's very creative.
Well, that's the first time I hear that. But yeah, I don't really know if I want to
I want to short this.
if I want to take anything just yet. We even have YM and its supply zone. It's a slightly bigger zone than the others, but yeah.
Okay, NASDAQ took Wednesday's high. ES is a little bit weaker than NASDAQ. And did not take Wednesday's high.
Holy pop on crude. Sheesh. You said you're bearish?
Oh, looking more at it. I might be. Yeah.
Um, I know Craig mentioned it before, but the flows are back into the market now that it's the second week, and they do tend to get stronger as the days go on. But basically, from my experience, I love to short. I love a short setup. Obviously, I think it's very obvious on stream. I'd rather short than long, but during this week and next week, it will be a little bit harder to short as the flows are supportive and basically holding the market up. And so I think this week and going into next week, I'll be looking more so for entries on longs than trying to short.
Okay.
It's just, I mean, I've been here before where I've tried to take shorts, and obviously sometimes they'll work, right? We will have those intraday moves, and those opportunities, but it'll be that much harder, for them to pan out, basically. But yeah. I mean, I thought last night we would drop, and we had a really nice setup on shorts, and then we had some overnight news that literally ruined the setup and just kept us pumping all night long.
I think it's interesting that, NASDAQ took that Wednesday high. and ES did not. And then ES is like a little bit weaker here, made some inversion. On the hourly, I would want to see some more breakdown. I would want to see us like remain below the 830 open. Which we,
That's at SMT, right?
yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Oh, I see it.
Mhm.
Then I'll mark that.
Seeing is believing.
Okay, I like it. You're right, by the way, we do have that 10 a.m. news, PMI.
Mhm. Gonna be good.
Wow, crude just went green on the 4 hour. Damn. It's about to be 5 minute green candles. PMI news equals messy open. Yeah, flight here. That's why we typically like to wait till like 10 a.m. to take a trade. Shall see though.
Mhm.
Dude, I haven't really decided what I'll be trading today. It'll probably be between ES or the Russell. Maybe crude, but if crude keeps popping off like this, I won't touch it. There's nothing for me to trade there.
Hmm. Do you have are you neutral for everything?
Yeah, honestly, like I really don't have a bias going into today. Yeah. Mm, I mean, I don't know. Let me see the lower time frames. I've been on the 4 hour this entire time. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure here. What is holy crude? Tanya, remind me, have we had a Monday where we drop at open? I feel like
Yeah, like
we've.
I think last Monday we had we were like bullish and it went we had
All
a
right.
at some point.
I remember that. I remember that. Okay, there's news that Tracy just posted in the chat. President Trump has not approved 45-day Iran ceasefire plan as Operation Epic Fury continues. Okay, cool.
But okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But the oil was popping off of that.
Like they couldn't wait till the open. I feel like all the moves have just been overnight or pre-market.
Yeah, a lot of big moves overnight have been happening.
Yeah.
Thank you, chat, for the birthday wishes, by the way. All right. Someone said Salma trades every session, even during between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. That was
I'm not gonna lie, this was such a like I love 3-day weekends just because I can chill and not think about the market, despite me being, always in front of my screens and stuff. It's nice to take a break, guys.
Mhm. Yeah, because the market's actually closed, so you can't take a trade.
Yeah. Even actually, Chad will be proud. I didn't take a trade on Friday at all. Like, so there
Like
you go.
pre-market.
Yeah, I think I don't even know when like the market even closed. I think it was like at 9 or something. I didn't touch it, didn't even look at it. You're welcome. They thought I didn't have it in me.
I think 9:15.
Yeah, there you go. Someone in the chat just verified. Yeah, honestly, I didn't even. Yo, mama, I don't trade crypto. I don't know anything about crypto. Friday's price action was bad, so bad. Justin sounds like he's scarred. Yeah, honestly, I didn't even like think to look at the charts on Friday. I may have actually even slept in, wasn't even awake.
That's good.
Well,
You slept in? Oh,
sometimes.
yeah, you said you love to sleep even though you barely sleep.
Yeah, sometimes I'll sleep in past 9.
Damn, I can't remember. I don't think I've done that in a while.
Really? No, oh my God, the weekends, I'll turn off alarm clocks. I'd rather wake up to just like whatever. I'd rather wake up
I'll
however
still
my
wake up naturally like 8:30 or like sometimes even like 7:30 naturally. I
Yeah,
don't know.
me too. And then I'll just go back to sleep. Like I'll force
Okay,
myself to go back.
for another sleep cycle. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, guys, we got 4 minutes. Actually, 3 minutes almost. Nothing like starting your day off with a nap. It's not considered a nap if if you're not awake for more than whatever, like 10 minutes or something. I actually can't believe this pop in crude. Anyone catch that move? Nasty work.
I feel like we're just gonna drop at the open to that like midnight level.
What is that on NQ?
Midnight opens like 23:11, but I'm thinking like ES could get to that like 66.13 level.
Oh wait. Um, wait, what'd you say was the open?
Midnight open.
Yeah, what was the level?
For ES, it's 6612.25.
Oh, okay,
6612 and a
yes.
quarter.
All right. I mean, we're not too far off. Looking at the 15-minute, I can see that drop, where that drop came from. I'm telling you guys, these long wicks, watch for them.
Okay, Nasdaq's below like a pre-market low, the 6 a.m. low.
Do you have like specific times that you look for lows and highs on, or it
I'm
could be
just looking
anything?
at a swing low from pre-market here.
Okay, I see it on your
Structure.
yeah.
Okay. Oh, this is the open right now. Oof.
There
Little
you
pump
go.
up there. Let's find out what happens. $65-point pump in the Nasdaq. After it did not take, ES did not take that pre-market low. That's interesting. Okay.
We got a previous month mid on ES at 66.31 that we're currently rejecting from. We haven't had a 15-minute candle close above since like 6:30. So we'll see here what happens. I'll mark it for you guys so you can see it. That level. Damn, what a pop. Guys, this feels trappy already.
Hmm.
Yeah, it says. Go ahead, Tanya.
Yeah, it does feel trappy.
Yeah, you can just tell by
Okay.
how jumpy price is.
I was hoping it was gonna drop at the open and I could find like a quick scalp to midnight open, but nah. Okay. And the fact that we took out pre-market low on Nasdaq and ES didn't, that's an SMT right there. So
Bullish, right?
literally, yeah, that's a bullish SMT. So I guess if we take out like the overnight high now, then that negates the bearish one from earlier. So I think it's safer for me to just wait until 10 to see what other setup might be forming in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, here you
Let's
have
see.
YM trying to drop while Russell's still holding. Yeah, this is honestly, I have not been loving Mondays with like all these headlines lately. Has not been
I feel like it's
very
every day,
easy.
to be honest.
Yeah, this is true, but like starting off the week, it's
Yeah,
definitely tougher to kind of gauge. Look at YM. Oh, wow.
dumping.
Yep. Yep. It's the weakest one so far.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
What?
What the?
That quickly? That's actually crazy.
No way. You had to have been talking to production, telling them to cue that up.
No, I didn't.
No way. Guys, production, they work too hard. Wow. Bro. You guys never fail to amaze me. Dude, YM is on some BS right now. Just what is going on? W production. Yeah. Okay, while the market does whatever it wants to do here, real quick, I'm going to answer Yacht's question because I said before, watch for the long wicks. So he asks, okay, we watch for the long wicks, then what? I mean, if you guys have been watching me on here, you guys know that my setups, the kind of setups that I look for are in the long wicks. So for example, if we want to look at YM here, right? I mean, we can do 15 minute because the higher the time frame, the better the setup is. So I like to look for these on the 15, the 30, the hourly, and the 4 hour. So if we're going to talk about it on the 15, because this is the setup that I saw after the fact, obviously, but this is the setup I saw where the dump came from. So I'm going to just circle this for you guys. I'm talking about this candle here. You got this long wick to the upside, right? So this basically tells you that buyers were trying to push price up and then sellers came in, pushed price back down, and the candle closed like this, right? So this to me is a failed breakout. Buyers tried, they failed. Sellers were obviously stronger. And so what happens next? We sold off. And so this is the type of setup that I would look for on a regular basis, right? So you guys, if you know me, you know that this is what I'd be looking to take all the time. And then, yeah, like I said, you can find them. If you're more of a scalper, you can definitely find these on the 5 minute. And I mean, I wouldn't recommend going any lower than the 5, but you can definitely find them on the 5 minute time frame and take them. They're just that much riskier. And obviously, it is risky going into the open holding shorts, right? I mean, it worked out up until the open. Now this setup is invalid and we obviously have whatever the hell this candle is here. But yeah, you guys we can look, 30-minute. Buyers tried. You can see it here too. You've got a wick from the top on 1, 2, 3, 4 different candles, right? This one being the candle where we sold off from because small body, long wick. Again, buyers tried, they failed, seller stepped in, pushed price down. And you can find it, guys, in the opposite direction as well. So if like you're someone who is, you like to long, we can find it for longs as well. Let me find one. I mean, let's do 15-minute. While Tanya's away, we can look for one real quick. I mean, honestly, it has not been the cleanest here. All right, we can find it here on the hourly time frame from last night. You've got it's like a doji almost looking thing. The wick is on both directions here. Let me turn off my crosshairs so you guys can see this better. I mean, how do I even do that? Okay. So you have it right here. The wicks are on both sides, but always doji will tell you that there's some sort of indecision and you can always try. Obviously, this is in sort of a downtrend, right? We opened up, we were bearish, we're selling off. Buyer stepped in here on this candle. This hourly candle closed as neutral, even though it closed red. And then you could have taken a long here with stops at the lows. And you could have basically rode these longs up literally into like, what time is this? 10 p.m. last night. But yeah. Aria, I honestly I have no idea what the fractal model is, but just look at price action, literally look at just how candles open and close, and then these are the ones that I favor the most. I like dojis and I like the ones that are long wicks in either direction, doesn't really matter for me. Yeah, yeah, he might trade this way as well. I know people who also trade like the strat use this. People, you can even call this like the morning star and the evening star pattern candle, whatever candle pattern. There's a lot of different names for it. I know like Farm looks at these as like the failed breakouts and breakdowns. So yeah, there's a million different names for them. For me, it's just, I like to keep it simple. Literally just like to, yeah, there's CRTs too. I like to just look at the candle, base it off that, and just go from there. Those are basically like really the only setups that I look for like reversion trades. If I'm looking to trade the opposite. That's what I trade. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, this has been a wild open though, guys. Honestly don't want to be a participant in this kind of price action here. Not trying to get caught into anything, and I'm not really a scalper by nature, so nothing for me here to capitalize on.
Wow, yeah. It's been wicking back and forth, like you said.
Yeah.
Watch the wicks.
Yep. Zuli, you can trail stop. I mean, I don't really like, I manually will move my stop sometimes, but not really. Like sometimes I just like to get in, keep my stop where it is, keep my TP where it is, and kind of I try really hard not to micromanage my trades. But yeah, you can definitely trail stop your trades or manually, whatever you prefer to do. Wise trader, thank you. I try to, I don't want to say dumb it down, but I try to explain it in the most simple way where if I was a new trader, I could understand what someone is saying, you know? It's very easy to get lost in the sauce. So look, you have this 5 minute here on the Russell and the YM doji candles on both, wicks in both directions. If they wanted to, they can dump it from here. Again, I wouldn't want to be a participant here. This is a 5 minute candle. I would prefer to see this on a higher time frame, the 15 to 30.
I'd love for us to like close below 9:30 open or something, you know?
Yeah.
It's very wicky on the 5, the 3, and what we've had, what's the 125, 130 point range in the
Mhm.
NASDAQ? And that's like just 2 candles in a row taking up that range because yeah, like we have 1 minute 70 point candles.
Dude, look at NQ on the 15 minutes. Someone just pointed out in the chat. I mean,
Yeah.
to me, I wouldn't touch NQ here just because the setup that I just talked to you guys about, I'd like to see it either at the top or the bottom of a trend. This is kind of just in the middle of nowhere here. But I do want to see one thing. Looks like an H pattern formed on NQ, honestly. But the wicks are just they're too large for me. I wouldn't want to participate in this at all. This
Yeah.
is very ugly
It's
movement.
two-sided market right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and unless you have like a pristine entry or you're sized extremely, extremely light, I don't see how you're not getting stopped out here or like faked out. I don't love this.
Yeah. I think maybe 10 a.m. will be better.
Yeah, we do have the Russell just swept previous day high on that previous 5 minute candle. And that so happens to be, hold on. Let's see. Looks like we just breached, or we're starting to breach that supply zone that I spoke about earlier today. Yeah. I don't know, guys. This is really, really tricky. Yeah, technical trader, even micros, you could still lose a lot of money with this movement here. I mean, I only trade micros, and I already know that if I was trading this, I would be cooked.
I mean, this is a back and forth market. This market's kind of cooked right now.
Yep.
Yeah. IDK, bro.
IDK. That's
no trade
funny.
is a trade. Yeah.
Bro, IDK.
It's a position, as they say.
You gonna start saying that?
Bro, indices are wild and
guys, someone clip that, please.
oh, okay.
Bruh. The indices are wild and the wicks be wicking.
Yep.
Dividend Cake says we need a Trump tweet. Actually, I think we need the opposite of that. We need some peace and quiet for a little bit. You must like chaos, my friend.
They must trade the NASDAQ.
Yeah. You must like toxicity. I want peace and quiet. These wicks ain't loyal. It's gonna be number one comment today. All right. 15-minute candle closes in less than a minute here. See if we close above that level, that 66.31 on ES. Trish, if you traded last night and you are green on the account, just walk away. You're already done for the day.
Don't tell her what to do.
No,
Just do whatever you want to do.
they said they don't want to mess it up. The
Oh, they
easiest
don't want to
way,
mess it up.
the easiest way to not mess it
You
up
could do
is
the
to not
lockout.
trade.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you've got like a different account that you can trade or, whatever, just don't jeopardize your gains.
Don't do it.
Yeah, don't do it. It's not worth it. Oh, here's Pax. Good morning.
Morning, Pax.
Pax, I'm preaching right now.
We're gonna have a talk pack when we get back down to
Did
Miami.
Pax wish you a happy birthday?
We're gonna have a talk, Pax, about how you rooted for Salma last week.
And you did do better. This is true. I concede.
Who knows? Maybe I don't want Max to root for me. Maybe it's bad luck.
Maybe he was the jinx.
Maybe he jinxed it.
He says he's sorry.
I don't think he's sorry.
Did he say happy birthday though?
Max literally looks like my uncle. Like he literally looks like my uncle. We pulled up a picture of my uncle like last time I was there. I was like, this is literally they could be brothers.
Doppelgangers?
Yeah.
He said he's a
He said
handsome man.
handsome man. Yeah, that's what he said in person too. It's like, oh, he's a handsome man.
What are you preaching about? I was preaching, someone said that they were green on the day and they didn't want to mess it up. So I told them the easiest way to not mess it up is to just walk away. Why take another trade and put yourself at risk? Yep, no reason to trade today. See, even Pax agrees this
For the
price
love of the
action
game.
for the love of the game. No, this game will
He's
get you
gonna start
cooked.
lecturing in the chat. Yeah, the game is cooked. It's rigged against you today. Yeah, we gotta wait until the odds are in our favor.
Someone bring Pax in here right now.
That'd be funny.
Imagine he just shows up. It's like, I told you guys not to trade today. He says, I am here in chat. No, I meant on stream. Come on live. All right, yeah, honestly, though, I still don't see anything here.
I mean, literally, this has been back and forth. Up, down, back up.
So technically, Tanya, that S&T is still intact, right?
The pre-market, the ES ended up taking it out during that drop when I took a little breather.
Wait.
ES took out the pre-market low. And then, so, yeah, I'm not really seeing any setup for me unless we break like a 9:30 open or something.
Yeah, I don't see anything here that I love. We've got 12 minutes till data. I think maybe price action will be a little bit cleaner after 10 a.m. But honestly, I'm okay with not taking a trade.
There's plenty of time left in the session, yeah.
Yeah. I wish I was a scalper though, because then I'd be like in and out of these trades with the quickness. But that's not my style.
Speedy Gonzalez.
Yeah, that's not my style.
Me neither. I feel like the more trades I take, the more stressed I am. So I don't want to overdo it.
Yeah, I don't know how people scalp really, because like I like to get in and I like to hold till my target, and my target typically won't hit right away, right? So like, yeah, I just can't do it. Pax is working out right now, guys, and he's still tuned into the stream. Wait, before you go, Pax, did you like the stream? Can you give us a thumbs up,
Hit that
please?
like button, people. We gotta pump those numbers up.
Please give us a thumbs up, Pax, before you go. It's gonna take him like 5 minutes to find the thumbs up button.
So Salma, who are you rooting for
For?
today? Which team, UConn or Michigan?
Oh, UConn.
Oh, there we go.
And when your cousin becomes part of the team, I'm
Yeah.
gonna be repping UConn merch.
Yeah, I'll get you.
Yep. Hell yeah. UConn all the way, guys.
Let's
I
go.
actually, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, family I used to babysit for back in the day, the sister of the mom was like the assistant coach or something for the UConn girls basketball team.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. I think I used to have a UConn shirt. Hold on. What's their colors? I might be going to Connecticut today though too, which is funny. Where do they play tonight?
Cool. I think it's a neutral. It's a neutral setting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for the final.
It's not in Connecticut?
No.
All right. Oh, someone says Indiana.
Oh, there we go.
Damn,
Yeah.
chat knows everything. Anytime we talk about something on here.
March Madness is a big thing.
I know.
They do brackets and everything.
I know.
Anthony has money on Michigan by the sound of it, I think. I don't have any money in it.
Yeah, well, if he's got money on the line, then I do wish for them to win just so he doesn't lose his money, but
oh no, I mean
nah, he'll be okay.
He'll be okay. This ain't Uncut Gems. You ever watch that movie?
I did, yeah. Adam Sandler.
Yeah. That's a stressful movie. I had that movie on. First I was watching it with my dad, and then I told him, I was like, we gotta take this, we gotta take a breather from this. I was like, we gotta change the channel. It's too stressful. Especially he's like taking out a loan and then using it to gamble, and I was like, I can't watch this. This is probably gonna end.
Dude, people actually do that too. Like,
yeah, it's crazy. And then but then later I was like, oh, I never ended up watching it. I ended up renting it out. It was like my birthday weekend. I had some friends over and I was like, oh, let's watch this. And then like same thing happened, that what I did to my dad that they did to me. They
were like, it's too stressful, take it off.
And I was like, I rented this, like I want to watch it.
Wait, this was this weekend?
$5 or whatever it is. Take it off, please. And I was like, all right, whatever, I'll watch it tomorrow. And I watched it the next day.
Was it this weekend?
No, that was a couple of years ago. Yeah.
Oh, okay. When the movie came out, I assume.
Yeah. Someone said need Xanax for that movie. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's a stressful movie.
That's so funny.
It's like you don't see Adam Sandler in many serious roles, so it's very interesting. It's very funny to see that. I didn't think that he could do a serious role. He's always like, the goofy guy.
Yeah, there were some cool pictures that came out of that though. Like his outfits and stuff were interesting.
Oh yeah.
Uncut gems.
Yes. I mean, Nasdaq hit the overnight like London high. It's kind of wild. Yeah, this market's really tough to this morning. I don't see much that I could have done differently anyway. I think this was
I
Wednesday.
mean, I really don't see how you can even I don't see a setup.
Yeah.
And NQ just yeah, I don't see a setup. NQ's on like steroids right now.
White DC said he had to watch Grown Ups afterwards to calm down. That's a good idea. Or to watch a comedy after like a stressful movie or after like a thriller. You ever watch like thrillers or horror movies? I stopped watching
I
those.
hate them.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm not scared of many things, but scary movies are not for me.
hmm
No. No thanks.
I was just talking to my friend. She said she likes them because,
You
well,
gotta be crazy to
she
like
doesn't like
scary movies.
thrillers. She likes to like the unrealistic ones that like, yeah, wouldn't happen, that are just unreasonable to happen in real life. So, but she doesn't like the thriller ones, which are like, yeah, scarier because it could happen. You could get kidnapped or something.
Dude, have you ever watched I think it's called The Ring?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Bro,
hmm
I had nightmares about that when I was a child, like actual
Oh,
nightmares. I wouldn't be
uh-oh.
able to sleep.
Yeah,
So,
why'd you watch it as a child? Your brothers put it on or something?
dude, no, I don't even know how I even watched it. And I used to think like she was gonna come out of my TV. Like, and I used to go to a public pool too. I don't know if you guys know, like, remember the scenes, but like she comes out of like a public
The
pool
pool.
bathroom or something. Yeah, and I
hmm
used to go to a public pool, so I would always like when I'd go to like the bathroom, I'd be so scared. Yeah, no, it's just like no thanks.
Yeah. My mom
I,
would get mad if we had something scary on the TV. She'd be like, "What is this? Turn this off."
yeah,
Like,
because it's
watch
like
something nice.
yeah, no.
But so I watched some like when I was in graduating high school, between high school and college. Someone said she actually comes out of your monitor when you trade long enough. That was good. That was a
Bro,
funny one, bro.
dude, that might
There you
actually
go,
get me to stop
platinum.
clocking in as many hours as I do. That's so freaking funny. Bro.
That new nightmare unlocked for Salma.
Yeah, no, guys, actually, like, young Salma used to be scared, super, super freaking scared from that movie. And not for nothing. You know what? Never mind. I'm gonna be sharing too much. Never mind.
Not for nothing. That's like
Her
a
like her
major.
name in the movie also used to freak me out because I have a really close relative with the same name. So it's just like this whole thing.
Oh no.
It was not a good movie, okay? Don't watch it.
Hmm. Yeah, it's not. I was excited when I was watching White Lotus, and there's a character named Tanya in White Lotus.
Oh, that's cool.
Watch it. Yeah, chat knows what I'm talking about.
I didn't watch it,
Got too
no, but
attached. Yeah.
that's really cool.
Oh, someone said, yeah, that's funny.
Well,
Kinderkin17 said, that's called the tax man, the person coming out your monitor.
that's Uncle Sam. Oh God.
Uncle Sam will be like, where's my money?
See, Kentwood knows The Ring was the scariest movie for years. Dude, I used to literally I just couldn't sleep. I would have the worst nightmares. I'd be like 10 years old. When did that movie come out? Let's see how old I was.
I think it's like 2008 or something, right?
2002. Okay. Wow, it's
2002.
really, really old. Okay. I don't know when I watched it, but
You probably watched it on like DVD or something.
I must have been like 10 years old because that was like around the time when I'd go to the public pool.
Hmm.
Not good. So yeah, till this day I don't watch scary movies.
Yeah. I mean, like the Scream series.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, those used to scare me when I was a kid, like the Halloween costumes. That was everyone's Halloween costume, like all these teenagers, and I was like, like 7, and they had like the bloody Scream face too. But then I watched it when I was in high school, like a senior, yeah, between senior year and college, like you don't have much to do. You don't have any assignments or anything. So I was watching a bunch of movies, and apparently, yeah, those movies are supposed to like be making fun of
Yeah, they're like
horror movies.
parody kind of.
Yeah, parody.
I
But
don't care though. That
they're
stuff
still
freaks me
scary
out.
though, yeah.
Don't care. Nope. 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 Yeah, no, not a fan.
Yeah, trading's stressful enough. We don't need to. I like to watch comedies.
Yeah, literally. Yep. Wait,
Feel good
Kenderkin says
in nature
2002.
documentaries.
Kenderkin, I'm sorry, I didn't mean 2002 being that old. I just meant I didn't expect that movie to be that old. I was 1 year old, literally 1 years old when that movie came out. But that's not what I meant. I promise. You're still young.
It makes me feel old too.
Why? No, stop.
It's Gen Zers. I feel like I'm also I'm on the cusp.
2002, I was in high school. That's crazy. All right, so you're an 80s kid. Or no, yeah.
Uh-oh. There's a 10 a.m. news.
Yeah, still nothing I want to participate in. This is
Same.
It feels like market is skittish as hell right now.
Yeah.
Which makes me skittish.
Like if we swiped the London high, I would have loved it if instead of this BS, like we took the London high. I was like pretty much bearish this morning, but if we swiped this and we didn't stay above
Whoa.
it, wow. We swiped
Wow.
it and then had a reversal. I would want to like in 10 a.m. retrace there, then I would probably try that or something. But no, nothing good. ES just took London high. Nasdaq took out Thursday's high from last week. That whole huge drop, that high where we started.
Chat, are you guys seeing this? You're seeing the way these candles are moving?
You're seeing this right now, bro. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I don't know what this is.
Joe, I believe that was data. And there
Yeah,
you
that
go.
was a 10 a.m. data.
Tracy just posted it. Just posted the numbers. Tracy, is that good or bad from like a data standpoint?
Highest since October 22. Okay. What was let's see, previous week high?
So it's interesting because like data could be either good or bad, and then the market will react completely opposite of what you think it would react.
It came in lower than expected. The forecast was 54.8. The actual was 54. So it says the ISM Manufacturing Index is an monthly economic indicator tracking the U.S. manufacturing sector health based on surveys of purchasing executives. A reading above 50 signals expansion, while below 50 indicates contraction. So it's still expansion, but it wasn't as high as they expected. So that's lower than expected.
Okay, Tracy says it's not great.
Prices higher.
Yeah.
Employment down and services slowing. Yep. Okay, we took out that Thursday high. Let me see. Yes.
Oh, I forgot. I need to turn on my crosshairs again.
Or Wednesday high, sorry. It's not Wednesday or Thursday. That was Thursday.
Okay. So they really pushed YM 1 point away from sweeping previous day high and then dumped it. Really? Hmm.
And we're all the way back down where we started at.
I
At 8:30.
kind of want to try shorts
Shorting.
on crude based off of the 30-minute structure here, the way we're looking. Obviously very risky. Yeah, the Brooklyn trader, that's the smartest thing to do, in my opinion.
What'd he say?
He said, ugly chop, waiting till later to see. Oh, I
Mm-mm.
failed on my shorts on oil. Obviously, very, very, very risky here with indices dropping as well, but just taking it based off of this 30-minute setup here. It stops at the high of that 30-minute candle. Might be worth a shot.
Yeah, I feel like these indices might drop to my level down there, that sell side, without me getting into a trade. I don't know. It might go without me. We'll find out. Mm-mm-mm. We'll find out.
Yeah.
I want to see if 9:30, if we still hold that and we just, grind back up, then this market truly is barcoding.
I mean, you just have Russell just made new lows on the day. Yep. Damn. So there is a lot of divergence across the board here. You really think they drop YM 1 point from sweeping Friday's high?
Are you looking at MYN or because
MYM.
yes, because like the actual YM did sweep it.
Oh, did? Let me see. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. Oh, wow. Interesting. Thanks for pointing that out.
No problem.
Well, let's see if crude rejects the weekly open here. If not, honestly, it was worth a shot. Yeah, Charles, no problem. I just have an indicator for it, so just base it off of that.
I'll be right back in 2 minutes.
Okay. It's just me and you guys, chat. Yeah, it'll be definitely not the easiest price action. I mean, it's just been a whole lot of really nothing. It's just been trap after trap. You can kind of just gauge that right off the bat. You can see like when the market is acting skittish. The way, if you really just focus on like the candles, or if you guys are someone who like watches the tape or whatever, like you can see the way price is moving. And you can just like I told you guys from like the first 5 minutes that yeah, this is gonna be like a really trappy morning. And so that's exactly what it's been. I don't really see a reason to participate in the indexes just yet. And then again, while Tanya's away real quick, I can go over that same setup again, guys, where I was telling you about the long wick from the upside. Get the long wick from the upside. You'd ideally would want this to reject and continue lower, right? And then I like to use like my 9 EMAs or like my fibs or key levels as just areas of take profit or stop loss. She's back.
Yeah. Let's see here about this NASDAQ. On the 15, we might. It would be cool to break below 930 open.
Edge alert, crude oil testing, value area high. Jim, can you dump crude for me real quick, please? Can you do something for me?
Jim's gonna fade you.
Bro, Jim, don't you dare. Don't you dare do that. T Lamar, it's always a micros over minis kind of day for me. It's always, especially in this like headline
range. Yeah, you can make a lot of money with micros.
Yep, you definitely can. And like I understand when you're on your own account, you got to worry about commissions and stuff. But when you're on props, I mean, the commissions are like the least of your worries, really. So I'll run micros all day long.
And we're just bouncing right now.
Yeah, I hope we do bounce just so I can get this drop on crude. It's a really great setup. I would hate to see it get invalidated.
Yeah, I'm not loving the indices at all, really.
Yep, I agree. I'm with you on that.
There's no trend today. If we just look at the RTH.
If this is how it's gonna be today, like once we're off stream, I'm probably done. And then that's saying a lot for me, guys. Like that is really saying a lot. It's just I don't see it being worth it. I'd rather take that drive up to Connecticut, not thinking about my trades.
Don't trade and drive.
Yeah.
Never.
No, I'll be with my mom if we do go, and so she'll be on me for being on my phone. So yeah, I won't be doing any of that, basically. Not condoning it, guys. Oh, here we go.
Only if you're in the Arena Cup and you're trying to claw back.
Bro, I forget where I went during that, actually.
You went to go do your taxes.
Oh, yes. Yes. Even, yes.
You're like, I took an L on the Arena Cup, then I took an L on my taxes.
Bro, Uncle Sam, guys. That's the biggest L of all.
Yeah.
My day was so ruined, I didn't even care about the micro showdown at that point. I was like, yo, screw this.
You have to hand over real money.
It was a double L for me that day, guys. Why do you sell there? Are you asking me, BEO?
That's looking good for you. The indices are bouncing, by the way.
Yeah, I just need a continuation here, or else, we can bounce. Screw Uncle Sam. Yeah, I have to agree with you on that.
The only two things sure in life are death and taxes.
It depends where you live. There's people
That's
who
what
don't
they
pay
say.
taxes.
Yeah, if you move to like Monaco, you have to though, it's basically like the country's a hedge fund. You have to buy a property there um to get citizenship. But that's why all those tennis players and race car drivers live there. But even just for like a studio apartment, it's like $5 million.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That is
Yeah.
so ridiculous.
Yeah. A lot of traders moved to Puerto Rico. That's true. Some of my friends have moved there. My godfather lives there since like 10 years now.
All right, guys, lowering TP here a little bit on crude, and I'm gonna
That looks good.
lower
What time frame
stops.
are you on? 5 minute, 15?
30. I've lowered
30.
stops to break even on this crude trade.
It's cool. I never really look at the 30-minute.
Yeah,
Maybe I should.
15. I mean, I know this sounds like a lot, but like 15, 30, hourly, and 4 hour are like my favorite. 5 minute only for trend days, but like rarely do I take a trade off the 5 minute.
Really?
Yeah, I
And
used
you
to be
never ever 1 minute.
never 1 minute. Like I used to be 1 minute chart trader, like looking at the charts when I first started. But then I'm like, holy crap, this is like for me, it was so much noise. And again, that comes from like me not being a scalper and me being someone who likes to get in on a quote unquote sure move like a 30-minute time frame setup is obviously better for me than a 1 minute or a 5 minute because it's just easier to get faked out on those shorter time frames. So yeah,
100%. The higher the time frame, probably the higher probability it works out.
yeah.
If you see your
Come
setup on a
on.
higher time frame, it's more likely. Yeah, man, you guys, we just swept that 6 a.m. low. We couldn't stay below it. We come back below 9:30 low, just bouncing back and forth from the indices straight up barcode today. Do we have any other news this week later on?
This week, I'm
Is
sure.
there
Let me
any other
see.
big news? Let's see. Tomorrow we just have durable goods month over month. It's like moderate, like orange folder. Wednesday it's just FOMC minutes, not the FOMC rate decisions. Different.
Yep.
We have PCE on Thursday. I would expect that's where like the volatility and trend day should happen. And we have CPI on Friday. That's
We also
rare.
have Trump speaking today at 1.
Oh, yeah, of course. Okay, so it could be just, market going back and forth because, yeah.
Guys, just assume at this point, just assume he'll talk every single
Uncertainty
day.
about later.
I
Yeah,
said just assume he'll talk every single day.
yeah. Yeah, Trump at 1 p.m. Eastern or noon Chicago time.
There you go. TP hit on that crude trade. I'm all out. That'll probably be it for me today.
Lit.
That was one of my quicker trades, guys. I didn't expect it to move that quick.
Especially on a 30-minute chart. Like
Yeah.
30-minute candle's not over yet, right? There's still like 13 minutes left in it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Lit. You took the risk, no risk, no Rari.
MCL dividend, always micros for me. You guys can see it here. You can see, what chart I'm on, what time frame. Obviously the date, not that that matters, but oh, nice. Good job, Chi-Town.
No risk, no Rari. Yeah, you said at first it was like risky and as indices were dropping, but you took the risk. It's good.
Yeah, that was a really risky trade. Obviously, with like news, market being skittish on this Monday morning. You got the indices doing whatever the hell they're trying to do.
Yeah.
But the setup was there. It was a really good setup, and those are the type of trades that I look for, guys. I'm trying not to.
It's the best when It works out in your favor, stress-free.
Yeah,
Pulled back on
100%.
you a little bit, but you had the stop at the top. It's great.
Yeah, it was a good rejection too of like the weekly open. It was good. Damn, I can't believe it's only been literally less than an hour into the open.
Yeah.
Feels much longer.
Yeah, it feels like it's the end of the session, right?
Yeah, for sure.
When price moves back and forth, that's what it feels like for sure.
Oh, there you go. Dividend Cake says, I took YM long when you shorted MCL reverse correlated. Yeah, good job. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really see the setup on the indices, but obviously if crude is to dump, then inverse would pump the indices. But yeah, I didn't really see like this setup here. I don't see it on, YM or any of the other ones. Crude to me was screaming at me. Unless I see something else, I think probably just chill. Well, I think we'll continue to be trappy price action, likely until 1, and then obviously when Trump does speak, it will be back and forth two-way tape, and then the market will assess after he's done talking. Or YM coming back up to that previous day high, see if we sweep that. Again, this is on the micro chart, guys. YM minis did already sweep previous day high. Thanks to Tanya for pointing that out.
Man.
If CL doesn't bounce here, I think, we can hit 110.34, probably even sweep the lows here at 109.50. Can get ugly. There's a pop sweep of previous day high on YM.
Yeah, we're back above that previous day high again on YM. YM's the strongest.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, NQ 30-minute currently red. And then out of the other three, YM's the one with the cleanest 30-minute candle so far. You got Russell ES being dojis. Let's see if what we do here, though, this previous day high can act as some sort of resistance. Good morning, Heats. Good morning, good morning.
Someone said if he talks during market hours, likely a pump. I think the last time it was a dump, though.
Yeah, it could, guys, it's literally
Could go
a
either
coin
way.
toss. Oh.
I wouldn't be betting on it. Would not be taking options into that. It's gambling.
My God, the zero DTE craze is back. Ever since, we've been in a headline-driven market, everyone on X is just posting these crazy returns, and I'm like, no, don't fall for it. Don't fall for the trap. Pump and dump. Yeah, Joe, it's literally going to be all the above.
Yeah, you guys, chat was mostly bullish. Honestly, we've just been sideways today. You guys were
Yeah.
bullish, 48% bullish, 28% bearish, 24% neutral / sideways.
I usually always vote neutral,
Oh, word.
just so I could see the results. Like,
No, I don't like that answer.
why?
Um, because I like coming into the day and having a plan already. And if the setup looks clean, I'm gonna have a clear bearish or bullish bias, basically. So if I'm neutral, kind of means it's a two-way tape, and the action might not be good for my kind of style of trading. So like today,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah, I mean, but like a day like today, like
Yeah.
it's just so hard to even
Yeah, but yeah,
have a read.
say neutral, like because it's been sideways a lot of times.
Yeah.
Take a position. Got it. The daily candle on NASDAQ has moved 476 points in total. The ATR is 517. So it moved like 80% of the ATR already today before we even really opened. And today's we have Trump speaking in the afternoon, which makes sense why the market's so sideways.
Yeah, I mean, market is just waiting. He could really say anything, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
JW says, take a position, Salma.
Like neutral or bullish,
Oh.
bearish, yeah, but
Well,
bearish,
like,
bullish.
I mean, like today, I didn't take a position. Am I wrong for that though?
No, you also you made money in crude, so that's good. You don't have to. Like, yeah, but they're just joking around probably. Yeah, so the range in the Nasdaq today is 207 points. Typically, with our huge ranges, it's more than that. So it's definitely lower than usual for the New York AM session.
Mm. Crude's trying to tap into 110.30s pretty soon here. Making me feel like a paper handed. How dare you?
What was how many contracts did you take though? If you take like 2 or 3, you can't really.
Oh, that was 3 micros. I think for like,
Yeah.
I don't know, $400 or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes it's just better to lock in and
Yeah.
lock it in.
Someone said, Salma, what price did you
into in the
short?
bush.
I'll just turn on executions, guys, and you can see. I got in at 112.45 for 3 micros, and then I exited at 111.13. So yeah, I definitely closed out a little bit too early there, but it's okay. It's a very risky trade and pretty happy with the outcome. So also, Tracy says Trump is supposed to be talking about the rescue airman, but who knows what else he will say. So yeah, guys,
it touches upon everything sometimes.
keep your head on a swivel. Nice job, David. Chris, I have every single, I mean, you can't see it because you can only see half of my screen, but I have every single index up. I have crude up, and then on a different monitor, I also have NQ and gold. So yeah, I'm kind of watching everything here. It's honestly been so much better for me to have everything up at once. I get a cleaner idea of the bigger picture and like, what index is doing relative to the other.
Honestly, I don't hate this a boring Monday like this. Not gonna no, I don't hate it. It's like a lot of times we're always complaining no matter what we get. It's like,
This is
it
true.
moves
This
too
is true.
much. It moves too much. We're like, oh man, it's Monday morning. It's going so crazy already. Starting off the
Well,
week like this.
yeah.
I've
We
been
have to
done
remember
complaints.
we're just coming from a 3-day break. It's
Yeah.
a holiday. Technically, a lot of people still celebrate today too
Yeah, Easter
as Easter
Monday.
Monday. So like
Yeah.
take all of that into consideration as well as the headlines, Trump speaking soon, whatever else is happening in the market, and you get a Monday like today. So
Yeah. It's nice. You still got a W. I didn't take a trade yet, chat. Salma got a W by shorting crude. Crude is still
it's
dropping.
still going, dude. Yeah.
What'd you say was your next level? Is it about to hit it now?
Yeah, 110.30s is like
That
the
green
next
level you
level.
have there.
Yeah, for anyone who is like trading crude on a regular basis, I do have 110.30 as my next level and then 106.96. So you can round up and say 107. Those are like my two levels for support. And then I do have some longer term targets if we make new highs, which I've spoke about this morning, 131.12. That's my fib extension there. So yeah, we'll see what we do. I'm kind of holding like not really a big trend line person, but we're kind of holding this like trend line here. So watch to see if crude bounces here. If not, obviously trend line gets invalidated and we just puke even more.
Salma doesn't like trend lines. She likes peptides.
For what? What now?
Remember? Remember the meme?
Oh. Bro, I was like, what is she saying? Yes, I remember. Little inside joke. David asks, how do I determine my levels? So there's a number of different things that you can see on my screen here. Let's just use crude, for example. I'm gonna just toggle off VWAP. Let's toggle off my 9 EMA so you guys can see a cleaner chart. But like these levels here that you see in white and hyphenated, it's an indicator. It's called Spaceman BTC key levels. So if you're on TradingView, you can use that. I do know that NinjaTrader, they're going to be dropping their own like key levels indicator pretty soon. So if you are trading on NinjaTrader, be on the lookout for that. But I do use these a lot, and then I like to use my fib levels. So just draw fibs on higher time frames and then go from there. So yeah, if you're interested on how I got these fibs, hold on. I know it looks like it's a lot, but if you go from previous, or I'm sorry, not previous highs, but if you go from March 8th high to this low here on March 10th, that's where I drew my fibs. If you go from high to low, you're looking for resistance levels, or you can be doing that for extension levels, which is what I did here. And then if you go from low to high, you're looking for support levels. So we haven't really dropped. Obviously, we're really, really far away, but these would be my actual support levels here. 93, 89, 85. Those are like the key support levels that I would want to see crude hold. These up here, the 0.618, the 103, the 107, and the 110, those were meant to be resistance levels, but since we're above them now, I will look to see if we hold them as, kind of like I would call them maybe like intermediate supports, right? So we've been clinging on to the 110 for the past, I don't know, for the past couple sessions since Thursday. So we'll see what we do here, right? And then I would use 107 as my next, and then 103. Anything below that, and I think 93 is in play still. So yeah, that's how I do it. I go higher time frames and mark my fibs, and then I have my indicator, which will auto plot all these. And you can, with indicators, the cool thing is you can toggle on and off the things you want to see and the things you don't want to see. So for example, I think I have turned off like all the 4-hour levels. I don't care to see previous 4-hour highs and lows and stuff like that. So yeah. DJ, you can't. It's not possible to add TradingView indicators onto Ninja, but I know that Ninja is working on their own key levels indicator. So if that isn't already out yet, it should be out in the next coming days. Yeah, no problem. So real quick, if YM looks anything like this within the next 9 minutes, by the time this 15-minute candle closes, I may look for a short. Again, it will be very, very risky, right? I mean, look at them. They just popped it. But I would want it to obviously see a large wick from the top. I want to see this be a very bearish candle, close below previous day high, and I might take a short, probably targeting, 790s for this 9 EMA. I'll wait though. Got a long time till that 15-minute candle closes. Ren Cooper says, yeah, you can use Claude to make your own indicators. I know you can make your own on Ninja. So definitely, guys. I think a lot of people don't use AI for its abilities. Like I get asked I get asked a lot of questions, from my members, from my followers on Twitter, from, some of you guys in the chat. And as much as I love questions, it's like, guys, AI is right there. It's at your fingertips. You can use it. It's free. Like, it's like people are too scared. And it's like, well, you can literally get the answers to anything you want with a touch of a button. And one of those things being, you can literally have it code an entire indicator curated for you and specifically for you. Yeah, great commission. Yeah, that's amazing. I have a couple scripts that I use on Thinkorswim as well. No, Joe, I didn't say stop bothering me. I'm just saying you guys can definitely, like, I'll always try and answer questions to the best of my abilities, but like you'll have your answers quicker and more efficient through AI. Let's see what chat was saying while I was yapping before. Ryan Cooper says, Salma Tanya, I usually end up in the green when you guys are on. Wow, that's amazing. That's great.
I said hit that like button for that for more green P&Ls in the future. People like our presence. It's calming.
Yeah, good. We got 1,300 people watching. Come on, guys. Let's pump up those likes.
Keep them focused.
Wow. Crude is moving like it's on crack. It just tapped into that fib level and it's bouncing. Oh my God. What is going on? That's news.
Oh, that's definitely.
Oh, that's news.
There.
But like, it's so cool seeing your levels work.
Get respected.
Yeah. I mean, if we come back down here again on crude, I don't know how much I would love for longs again, right? If we already bounced, had an initial reaction off of it, I don't want to see us come back down here.
Yeah.
If we do,
Yeah.
longs are much riskier, guys. Keep that in mind.
Iran conveys reply to U.S. proposal on end of the war to Pakistan. Iran's reply consists of 10 clauses. That's what came out just now.
Yeah. Iran rejects ceasefire. That's great. That is great.
Yikes.
Great Commission says, did you miss why I'm shorts? Yeah, I missed it only because, I was waiting for the 15-minute candle to close. I wasn't seeing a reason to jump in shorts just yet. So if this thing goes without me, sayonara, guys. The idea was there. That's like the other thing that's annoying about this, about these, what's it called? These headline driven markets is the fact that you'll have an idea of a setup and it will be, or like not even an idea, but you'll have a setup that looks A plus and it completely gets ruined and invalidated by a random headline that just, algos are just doing their thing.
Yeah, sometimes you get caught up in a headline and the HFT algos stop you out. Iran demands permanent end to war in reply to the U.S. Iran's response shows Tehran rejecting ceasefire and emphasizing necessity of permanent end to war. Right, so they rejected the ceasefire because they want a permanent end. I don't know. I think like a ceasefire could be good to start the end.
Dude, this is the other thing. You have like one headline.
It sounds like, yeah, exactly. One headline brings you down, and then 1 minute later they reveal something else to bring it back up. Yeah.
What the frick?
Exactly. It's always like that.
This is the type of stuff that I can't get behind. I don't know. Wow, guys, I don't know for anyone interested. I don't know how many people in the chat trade options, but just stating this to like help you kind of understand and gauge market sentiment. But we just saw an 18.5 million on QQQ puts for 11 days out. 18.5 million is a lot. And let me be clear. ETFs see a lot of inflows and outflows on a regular basis. When I say it's clean, I'm saying based off of my filters, which it's a very strict parameters, like it won't pick up too many ETF flows. The fact that I'm seeing 18.5 million come through on my flow feed, this is clean. This is...
Yeah. Yeah, Tracy said, Iran demands protocol for safe passage via Hormuz Strait. Iran demands lifting of sanctions reconstruction. Well, no. If you look at today's RTH, it's very much barcode, no trend. What did chat say about what? Did you guys take a trade today? Let us know. I want to know what kind of traders are in the chat. Are you guys scalpers, or you played this range, or did you sit out today?
There's no shame in sitting out, guys. George, they're bought to open. They're bearish.
Oh,
or they're coming up.
Open. How many did you say? It was like a ton.
18.5. Well, now it's 18.6 million. From my ability of reading the data, it comes across as bought to open. This seems to be a bearish position. And again, in the grand scheme of things, 18 million is peanuts. But when we're talking about like based off of my filters, this is a single leg trade. It's not coming across as multi-leg. This is really large.
Oh, wow.
And it's short dated. It's for 11 days out. So this is like an aggressive trade.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Lumira.
Is it out of the money or in the money?
It is now.
What were the puts?
What? I'm sorry?
What were the QQQ puts?
588 puts.
These
Okay,
came
so
in.
just at the money, basically.
Yeah, when these
Okay.
these came in about 6 minutes ago.
All right.
And they've just been flooding the feed here. Just
Interesting.
did this come in right before the news? Hold on. These came in at 10:37. What time did news come out? Hold on. Oh, it's the same within
Let's see.
the same minute.
10:37. Oh, so it seems like that's like they were trying to get ahead of the move lower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm
So it
seeing
could be-
10:36 being the first, like the first headline came in at 10:36. Dude, guys, look at these fake accounts on Twitter thinking they're slick. Hold on. Who has time for this? Who's
I
got
don't know. Like
who's
if they put the same time into learning how to trade, they'd be profitable by now.
guys?
And then there's so many. I have my assistants like just blocking, reporting the ones on Instagram. There's so many people impersonating my Instagram too.
Tanja Salma Clerk, and then
That's
their
funny.
actual username is It's like just a bunch of random freaking letters. Yeah, be careful out here, guys. Okay, let's go back to see what people are asking. JEP, I mean, technically speaking, you will never know if they're bought or sold, right? Like you can't, there's no way to be 100 and 1,000% sure. But based off of my read, based off of seeing the spread, where they filled, based off of like the IV, is it pumping, is it dropping? Those are all things that I look at to see if they come across as bought or sold. And so in my opinion, and to me, this comes across as bought puts, and that's bearish. So yeah, and again, you don't know who's buying this. You don't know if their intention is for hedge purposes. Is it because they know something, right? Because this came within the same minute as that first headline. You have no idea. You're just seeing this data come across, and you can only infer things from that data. And so that's what I do. Okay, what program do you use to monitor options? Currently using Unusual Whales, but that won't be the case for too much longer. I'll keep you guys updated on what platform I end up switching over to. Larry, honestly, I don't want to answer that on live. But like I've spoken about it on my X.
Follow Salma on X. Salma OGS.
Yes. Just be careful you're not following the wrong one, guys. We just
Look at the one that Tanja Trades is following.
yes.
So you know.
Yep. Hold on, there's a lot of questions in the chat. Yeah, Katz, you're welcome. No problem. This is like if any of you guys are options traders, this is stuff that I share on a regular, both on my X and in my group. So yeah, I just again, 18 million is like a bucket. It's like a drop in the bucket, right? It's a small peanut. But when you're talking filters and you're talking this is not something that you see on a regular basis, it's a pretty big deal.
Wait, what are your filters on there anyway?
Oh, I can't tell you that. Come on, Tanja.
It's proprietary knowledge.
Come on. It's the secret sauce. I can't say it out loud.
Good.
You can
I'm
text
glad you don't.
you can text me though. I'll send it to you.
I was testing you, Salma. That's
No.
good.
I mean, I always listen. I host
Proprietary.
I host classes. I go over this. I do the basics. I have, a video on my YouTube about like I did a Q&A a couple months ago on flow.
Oh, really?
And I went through like literally the most basic questions to the most, I don't want to say advanced, but like, I was just taking questions of all sorts. And we do this on a regular. There's a lot of educational information and resources both on my X and in the group. So yeah, I even tell you guys like this is what you should be looking for and this is what you should be avoiding. And from that, I think you guys can make your own filters.
That's good because like a lot of people don't know what's noise. There's so much noise in the market, and you have to be
Too
able to
much.
figure it out. It's like signal versus noise. You have to find the signal.
Yeah, I mean, guys, any of these flow platforms like Unusual Whales, Tanya, if you went and put in a trade for like $50 right now on SPY, I could see that. So like I can
Yeah.
see from whatever as little as you can put
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
to millions of dollars. And so that's why the filters are really important. And you got to know what to filter for. Like there is a lot of BS out there.
Yeah, Iran can restore oil exports to 3.4 million barrels per day within a week if Hormuz shipping resumes. We have a bunch of headlines coming out, everybody. Iraq can restore oil exports. I misread that. Basra Oil Company manager drone attacks on southern oil fields have caused major disruption to Iraq's oil output and operations. Okay. So Iraq said that they can restore their oil exports to 3.4 million barrels per day within a week if Hormuz shipping resumes. The U.S. official on the Iran response was maximalist and unclear if it'll allow moving forward to a diplomatic solution. Okay.
Got an interesting hourly candle on YM so far. We have 10 minutes until this hourly candle closes. Looking iffy.
It is looking iffy for sure.
Iffy. Yeah, I don't see anything here. I mean, that 15-minute setup on YM, that short is panning out. I still don't love it. If anyone took that, though, good job, guys. You gals are on the alpha today, Yacht says. Thank you.
Woohoo. Yeah, scalpers market today. Agreed. Salma's not even a scalper. She ended up taking a trade that on the 30-minute, but it just delivered quite quickly.
Yeah, that was amazing. That's awesome. Smart trade, Paolo, no. Nope. Don't you love when that happens? Just
What?
like when you just get into a trade and it just works out like right away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that is just, it's the best.
Stress-free when it just starts working out in your favor right away.
Mm-hmm. Oops. I mean, crude is looking decent for longs. It's just, again, really, really, really risky. I don't know if yeah, I don't know if I want to take this.
We shall see.
No, I'm gonna refrain. Yeah, Samura is asking Tanya where you found the news from.
Oh, I like to follow Walter Bloomberg on Twitter for news. He like basically reposts the Bloomberg terminal.
Yeah. I like Walter or Financial Juice. Those are both
Financial
good.
Juice is good.
Yeah.
That's what I personally do.
Yeah. Yeah, Joshua, I think I may be done for the day. I mean, the setup looks good for longs. It's just, again, really, really risky with these headlines, and I'm good. I'm good off that. Ren Cooper says, Selma, how did you place on your last challenge? Not that great, but it was fun.
You win some, you lose some.
Yeah, Tanya
Someone
won that one, I think.
posted
Tanya,
it.
well, I
What's up?
didn't even see the final results.
The leaderboard, the final
Yeah.
result of like the people that won.
Yeah. No, I mean of between us.
Oh, between us. I basically posted it. It was like the end of the day.
That was end of the day?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Tanya won that one, guys. She reigns champ.
I had to claw back. Oh yeah, that was Monday where we were all like kind of bullish and then we just dropped right away. I even tried something that I usually don't try. I got along right at the open, put the stop at 9:30, the 9:30 low, and I got stopped out.
Yeah.
And then I had to, we all ended that session, New York AM session red actually. I climbed back because I flipped to shorts and we dropped a lot that Monday than I was expecting actually.
I think it's really hard to, like, once you start the day red,
Yeah.
it's kind of hard, like, just mentally to even, like, shake that off and then continue to try and make that money back.
Yeah, for me, it's like sometimes even I'm just like have some like perfectionism. I'm like, oh man, I'm down $860. Can I get it below to 700 something? That because that number just looks better,
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I dig myself into a hole if I listen to myself like that, or even, oh man, I made $972 today. I want to see it be over my P&L be over 1,000. Then you try to go for a $30 micro scalp and and it goes in the other way or something. And it's just I try not to look at my P&L until really the trade's over and I'm ready to like head out.
I think next challenge, I'll probably just focus on like the one or two that I actually trade on a regular versus
Yeah.
trying to like trade everything,
Agreed. Yeah. I dug myself in a bit of a hole there trying to long, I don't know. I was trying to crude oil and I think gold as well, and I rarely trade those.
Yeah.
It's my bay.
That's where we disagree.
I had
Yeah.
NQ as bay in my bio for a really long time.
Wait, that's actually funny. What's your bio now?
I don't know if it still is. And maybe
NQ is Bay. Yeah, you do have it there.
is? It still
Yeah.
is? Okay, great. It's been like that forever. Yeah, I don't know.
That's funny.
Before anyone else. Trump is live with the Easter Bunny.
That's great. He's about to say something with that Easter Bunny.
He's about to tell the Easter Bunny some intel.
Bro. Hello.
I actually have a friend that on Easter he proposed to his now wife, and he was in a Easter bunny costume. She didn't know he was the one in it, and he handed her like this golden egg. And then she opens up the egg, and then inside is the ring box, and then he gets down on one knee and he takes off the bunny, bunny head. It's like in front of their family like backyard, and then he proposes.
That's one unique way of proposing to someone.
I know, right? It's funny.
Were you there for that?
No, it wasn't.
Hi, guys.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's going on?
Just getting long on the lows.
Oh, great.
Nick's here to call the lows again.
No. Tanya, I've already called the low for 2026. So,
Yes.
and it so far is holding.
Yeah, you did.
But Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know. I mean, it's hard. It's hard with the. I guess not a big macro guy at this point, but to look at that and be like, oh yeah, lows in. But hey, we're making outlandish calls because why not?
Not a big macro guy makes a big macro call. I don't know what's going on here.
I'm pretty sure that's how Twitter works.
Not a big macro guy, but I did call the low of 2026.
That's what you'll be hearing me say all December if it actually worked. I will be insufferable in Q4 if it works.
If it doesn't work, Nick is like, he's just gonna completely forget he ever said that.
Yeah, no, I'll just delete everything.
He said, if wrong, we'll delete.
Yep.
And then I just say, no, that was an AI Python script that I wrote, and I just forgot to proofread it.
Broke.
Guys, it was Claude. It wasn't me. I promise.
How about these shorts?
Oh,
nice.
I mean, it looks.
Nick is long. I'm short.
I'm long.
We're getting a fight for who wins.
I'm pretty sure.
Wait,
I
what?
mean, yeah, that's a. Oh no, the OR mid's right here.
24,365.
Oh, I was short up here on that scam wick, and then added to it. So these are my ads that I covered. So this is like a full trade that's playing out.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Damn. Good job, guys.
Nice job. Good luck.
Thank you.
I wonder how this is going to pan out. But
You never know. I mean, anybody could tweet anything at this point.
Well, good luck and good trading, everybody.
See you, Tanya.
Take care, guys. Good luck. Bye, chat.
Thank you. Oh, well, here we are again.
It's just me and you.
Oh, I was like, is Salma staying? I was like, okay,
Salma, your time ends. Okay.
Yes.
You have to go.
It is.
Right.
It is now the Leo and Nick show.
Yes. Please leave. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. The ugly hat comment. Look, we have beef now. I'm just putting it out there. How long have you been on that short? Since back here at 9 a.m. I still see you. Oh, she's out. Anyways, I don't have beef with myself. I have beef with Salma.
I mean, when did she hurt you?
She went off on me about how ugly my hat is, and then NinjaTrader clipped it and put it on Twitter. The whole segment.
So you're saying your beef is not really with Salma, at least it is, but also by the transitive property.
What she said.
Right. But you know, we say things on the air, but the fact that the social media side here decided to, okay, let me just dig the knife in a little deeper into Leo's ribs is really where your hatred and beef lies.
You do make a good point.
Yep. So we'll see who wants to own that one. No, I'm kidding. I actually like the value rotation here from like 300s back up towards point of control would be nice. I'll take it there.
Where are you long from?
290s.
Okay. That's respectable.
If we can get over VWAP here, I'll be very, very happy. Okay. Dog, can you like move, dude?
Dog.
I have a dog like rolling into my feet and the chair and is like on his back, just living the dream under my desk. Like, so he needs to move because I can't move my feet.
Okay, everyone. Wait, hold on. I was gonna say that production is the Twitter, NinjaTrader Live social media team was gonna be who I should have beef with. But Salma just said, dude is scared. I mean, I'm sorry, Salma. I was about to forgive you, but forgiveness is ending.
Can't we all just get along?
No. What side? Wait, what? Which side will the Dom be pulled to? I'm not sure I understand.
What do you mean?
Somebody said, what side will the Dom be pulled to? I'm not sure I understand that, what that means.
As in, like, which side of your charts you should have your Dom? That's personal preference.
I'm a right side person. I think that anybody that uses the Dom on the left side is they have a couple of additional screws loose.
Yeah, that I think just basic like eye line. Like if I was looking to the left and the new candles were printing on the right, as is the way charts kind of work, like that just doesn't function in the brain.
What's going on here?
I don't know if that's what the person meant, but I hope not.
Mm-hmm.
What's my setup? Why am I long? I'm long because we are basically holding the bottom of the opening range, as well as that also is previous day high. That also is the 24-hour VWAP, and that basically where I got in is the session's value area low. So super basic, smooth brain type of long here, just playing one side of a value to the other with some MGI levels holding. The opening print, previous day high, weekly VWAP, OR low, all kind of sitting at the same spot, and the session's value area low. That's about as simple of a smooth brain long as I can get. So take it, see if it works. This is my first trade of the day, first trade of the week. So that's my full thesis here. Not much outside of just playing the long side of the structure.
Nick, you're the chat saying that you can't say dog and not show it.
Okay. Well, I have no way to pan the camera to under my desk.
Physically pull him up to your desk and put him in front of the camera, Nick.
Let's see. Which one is this? This is Zona, and he is an immovable object when he is on his back. Like, you want to talk about a dog that just goes dead weight? My brother-in-law, who watched him and actually let both of them sleep in his bed at one point when we were gone for a weekend, described like trying to roll him, like just from one spot of the bed to the other, is the equivalent of him like giving you the middle finger and just kind of rolling with like both middle fingers out. Like that's the level of laziness that dog decides to move. But yeah, someone was asking about my take profit here. I ideally would like to see us get above the RTH VWAP here, maybe go back up to kind of where Leo's entry was, point of control in the session, 360s, 370s.
We had a bit of a milestone this weekend. The 10-month-old.
Crawling?
Yeah. She's been army crawling forever.
Nice.
And, just like drag, like military crawl.
Yeah.
Yesterday, she did her first couple of like legit crawls.
Nice.
Yeah.
And this hits that new gear, which is terrifying in itself.
Yeah, I was like, "Are you ready for this?" Again, second round 2.
Mine is starting to pick up the speed on the walking, where now it's like she's got a good jog going. So the speed of running around the backyard or just navigating from one side of the house to the other, with her now being, 16 months, almost 17 months, is just crazy. But my mom came in town last night just to help hang out for like 48 hours because she was flying back from the East Coast to see my sister. So she got to see all the fun stuff with the baby.
Yeah.
Come on. Can we push the OR mid?
Can we not? That's what we did.
You know what, sir? You've had plenty of chances. It's now my turn.
Well, these are runners for me, so I don't really care too much what happens.
Come on. Just break above that. How's the publication and FAQ documentation for the free DOM coming?
It's coming along. We are my part is kind of mostly done. Just trying to coordinate with the NinjaTrader team and getting it all out there.
Nice.
Really
I
looking
always
to hit that April 10th deadline that I forced upon everybody. Sorry team.
That's the way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You always got to talk to your trade. It's the only way it works. Yeah, come on, buyers. Chat, good morning. I haven't said good morning to you all. So how's everyone doing? How was everyone's weekend? Did everyone have a wonderful Easter? Leo, what'd you cook?
Nothing. Do you want to know why?
Why?
I asked a few weeks ago for the chat to give some good vibes on something.
Uh-huh.
And that means we are the good vibes are vibing. So we are currently packing our house. So we're moving.
Okay. So the good vibes are vibing.
Yes.
Can you allude to where you're moving to, or just changing houses?
Sorry, Nick. We're moving 5 minutes away.
Oh, okay. Even better.
Yeah. You know how it goes.
Yeah. I mean, that would be, if I were to move, my wife would only allow like the same exact thing, because anything further is not allowed.
Yeah.
Because we like living in the part of Dallas that we live in.
Mm-hmm. Same. Yeah. I mean, we like where we're at, but this is a little bit more room for us, and it's in a more secluded neighborhood. Like there's a lot of trees, and that's hard to find here in the old plains of Oklahoma. So
I don't love this rejection.
TBD. It's mostly going pretty well. There is a roof issue that we're in negotiations on, but we'll see. I mean, we are planning on this house deal going through, but they're threatening to bust the deal because of their roof. It's 13 years old and it's not insurable.
Yeah. So you need them to replace the roof to then have probably your title company say, yeah, we will we'll sign off on this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons that roof needs to be repaired or replaced. So we'll figure it out.
Well, I'm optimistic. Hopefully, it all works out. Everyone,
but either way, I'm pretty sure it's going to go through. I mean, I don't think anybody would. I mean, if they don't sell it to us, they're going to have to sell it to somebody else, and they're going to have the same roof issue.
That's
right?
true.
So it's just kind of like they're in a corner. Yeah, it's like they're in a bad spot. They kind of have no choice. But yeah, so we are planning on this deal going through, and we're packing and purging at the same time. So
I was like the thought of like a giant dumpster in my driveway and then just being able to purge would make me so happy.
We have a giant dumpster coming on Saturday, so we are going to be just ask for it's a $40,000 roof.
Yeah.
Should I ask for $5,000?
The most like roof deductibles are like 20 to 30 grand, especially where like Leo and I live. Like the roof's not lasting 10 years is pretty common.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, you have the tornadoes and hail that our two states get.
$13-year? No, it's wear and tear. So the average home, like the average roof in Oklahoma in this area, it's not a concession. Lots of realtors in the chat, apparently.
Where in the cycle?
Yeah.
That joke's been made before.
Even steel roofs last 10 years. It's not a steel roof. It is, it's traditional shingles. Yeah, I'm getting text. So yeah, the roof issue, as long as it gets resolved, we'll be moving in a couple of weeks. And so we have a dumpster coming on Saturday that'll be dropped off in the driveway, and we will be purging. I've already cleared out like most of my office to the point like I feel pretty good. All this less junk around. $1.5 million roofing. Oh, okay, cool. You know all the roofing companies? Name all of them.
How excited are you to rewire your full Streamer Boy setup eventually?
Oh yeah, it's actually gonna happen. So I promised a lot of people a better camera. So I'm gonna bite the bullet and get one of those stupid, like, I don't know, Sony cameras, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I've already been shopping around for like kind of the background that you have, like that style of background. But I gotta add a few other things. So yeah, we're gonna upgrade the setup.
I will eventually do the same, but I have no timetable. Because eventually I have to move above and we'll build something above my garage, but I don't know when I'm going to do that.
So, Mr. Market, to answer your question, when you say when you're purchasing a home that has a roof issue, you ask for a concession to cover the price of whatever you want to cover or fix. Okay, true. But if that's your first go-to from a negotiation standpoint, the sellers are just going to assume you just want to get the house for a better price.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing we do is ask for a new roof to be replaced. We get to pick the color and the roofer, right? So that's the first thing we ask for. If they don't want to do that because they don't have the funds or, they just don't feel like doing it, then the next part of the negotiation would be, okay, let's drop the purchase price by the cost of the roof. So that's just kind of how, my realtor has positioned the situation. So you definitely want to ask for the thing that's broken to be fixed instead of just cash.
And yeah,
a roof can be replaced in 3 days, so it's really not an issue. We have 12 days before closing. There's plenty of time for a roofer to come out and replace the roof. Tell the seller you want 128 gigs of RAM. Yeah,
basically the same price.
Lots of roofing experts out here. The gap is reflected in the put. I must be that's super random.
Is the gamma in the room?
Yeah, 3 days to put on a roof is pretty standard. Maybe 2 to 3 days. You don't want the seller to make the cheapest repair. In the contract we put in, you get to put in the TRR, the treatment repairs and things. We specifically specified that the buyers, in our case, pick the roofing company, and we pick the color of shingles. And then we also have the option to upgrade to, there's a standard roof shingle, and then there's like a next level for wind and hail. And so we have the option, based on the way it's currently worded, to pay for that upgrade. If you drop the price, you'll lower your own comp value. I'm not worried about that. The market maker chose that strange price.
I think what's going on.
I think he's having a conversation with himself. He's talking about like gaps and puts and things.
We're talking about roofs or roofs, depending on where you live.
Just a mortgage lender of 25 years. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't care about the purchase price dropping the value of the overall home. That's not a concern for me. Property taxes are controlled by the county commissioner, so that the purchase price of the home has nothing to do with the property taxes you pay. They assess the property taxes.
I might get out of this.
My wife just asked me if I'm streaming today. I'm on stream. I have 2 streams today. A roofing standby. Yeah, we should actually have a poll for who's going to win this trade. You're long, I'm short.
This is true. Are you Team Leo or Team Nick
to win
on this trade? Let us know in the chat. Do you hate capitalism like Leo, or do you want this to go to a new all-time high?
I'm looking for better prices for long-term portfolios, so I want this to go lower. That is a nice low there down there,
It wasn't bad. But I'm not feeling very confident because we've been lingering here.
Yeah, we keep rejecting off of the mid.
Mm-hmm.
Around that part.
And in the spirit of keeping things free, I'm going to start putting out some proprietary secret sauce levels that are nothing but MGI that I'm watching and looking at, and actually put a game plan out there. I've been trying to keep myself more honest on my own thing, so I'm trying to actually put that out there for everybody. So more to come. Nobody reads it. That's fine. Why not move my stop and profit? Because I would have already been tagged. Like, how much could I have done it? If anything, I just covered for 30 points and move on, call it a trade and find the next one. But we're slowing down. We're stuck in the middle of today's range. Like, if I cover, you cover at VWAP or the OR mid. Otherwise, let this trade play out and either stop me out for $300 or this runs for 100 points for me. We don't want to do anything.
It's like a bull flag and a downtrend.
It's not going to work, is it? Nope. My cook chat.
Is he cooked?
I'm probably cooked. I mean, ES is still holding. We're still kind of at my entry. I don't know. Just no velocity on this anymore. Scrambled eggs, wow. And there we go. Okay, fair enough. Had a few chances to get out of that for 30-ish plus points. Now Leo gets to win. So congratulations to the Leo trade enjoyers in the chat.
Nick, trading with you is already a win for me, buddy.
Oh, well, I appreciate that.
It's only when I trade with Salma that I have to really pain myself.
I mean, she just likes to throw those haymakers out there.
Yeah, I mean, the hate she puts out there is unlike any other. Is this the Freedom we're watching? Yeah, it's a very simplified version of it. Because, you know, we're doing side-by-side streams, and I've got a chart and a DOM. So I'm just trying to make it easier for production to make sure, and for you guys to make sure you can see some of the chart too. I'm actually going to cover one of these here at BWAP. So now my average entry is down to 350 because these, again, were ads that I put on as we push lower from earlier this morning. So as I take those off, my average entry is down. Now I'm just in the one.
Oh, they stopped me out just to do it again?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with buying it again, Nick.
I know. I might actually buy this again, which just pains me.
Super sus. I mean, look at all these lows. I wouldn't do it, but
I mean, if we break this, it might be London lows. Down there to back to like the 160s, if not even lower, to the week open. Dom and chart helpful. Appreciate that. Well, Leo's been working hard on releasing that for everybody.
yeah, a lot of good feedback on the DOM. I haven't actually received any negative feedback. So that's a plus.
10 out of 10, no notes.
Yeah. There have been some great ideas and, great, like, not criticism, but like it would be cool to have this feature, have that feature, which we'll iterate on it, as we can.
Mm-hmm.
Are you trying to snipe this?
I'm continuing to watch it, but I don't know. Buyers had plenty of chances there.
Mm-hmm.
There's one thing I hate. It's starting Mondays off red.
No, I won't release it as open source for many reasons. The DOM is not out. It will be out April 10th. My DOM is screaming for shorts. I'm short. You will access it with the instructions that I put out on Twitter, and we'll let you guys know here how to get access to it on April 10th. I'm curious. I've never used. Always appreciate the free tools. Appreciate you. That's looking diamond charts. Thank you. It's nice that they're nice looking. It's also nice that they help me execute trades. This is NinjaTrader. You are watching NinjaTrader live, and we're on NinjaTrader desktop. I don't watch the MNQ DOM at all. I just watch the MQ DOM. Didn't see that short with you. Nice. You forgot to like. If you forget to like, you might be banned from ever watching this again. See you guys later. Came back and liked. Legend. Appreciate that, Alex. I see. I missed it. If this snaps off into these 60s, I could see me getting like an aggressive ad.
For another? I'm trying another one. I don't know. I already hate it.
It's kind of a weird spot because they've tested these lows like 4 times. It does feel pretty. It does like have that heavy feeling, but also, we're at that support level again too. So. How did Nick cheat the last competition?
We're
Nick,
not doing this
Why
again.
don't you tell him how you cheated?
I didn't cheat. I won. Someone was just very sensitive about it.
Wow, that's a strong word to use there.
Pretty sure I won. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to get stopped out. Just going to get up. Let it go. Oh, I hate this market so much. Oh, just stop me out again. Just to potentially, well, I guess I didn't get
Kind of
stopped out.
gnarly.
I closed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like barely was moving. You guys are fantastic. Thank you. Well, Larry, we appreciate you hanging out with us as well. One with questionable tactics. Questionable tactics that's a questionable example to use for my actions. I wouldn't say questionable.
I didn't think they were questionable.
I mean, me not pressing the old flatten button and just seeing what happens.
Hold on. I didn't realize we were talking about the competition.
Apparently.
I wouldn't say questionable. I would just say downright illegal.
I mean, let's not get crazy here.
Friends would never do that to friends. You know,
I mean, I simply just left the position on and had porch time.
Nick,
me having porch time is not questionable actions.
Do you watch the ES Tom? I usually do have it on the screen somewhere. I don't currently, but I'm going to be adding that to my setup. For you won't be. The problem is you won't be able to see them on screen. You know, like on the stream because it would just take up too much real estate. Unless you guys just wanted to watch, you know, an NQ Dom and an ES Dom and not see a chart, which is fine with me. Let's move on. I think it's fun. You know, you can actually watch something else if you don't want to listen to me and Nick and banter about the trading competition that he feeded on. When does the internal liquidity induction get internally inducted? I'm not sure. What about your tape? I noticed you don't have it on your chart. I do. It's just here. Guys, there's only so much room that's around. So it's here. It's just that you guys can't see it because I don't want to overload the screen, the right side of the screen with too much real estate. So just for the stream purposes, I'm trying to make it easy for the production crew so that you guys can see more of the chart and as much of the DOM as possible. But I do have a time and sales that runs and it's attached to the DOM. So, and it's the nice thing is like, if you don't like my colors, my theme, you can actually make your own theme in the DOM, which is cool because then you can save it, you know, like as a template, as a theme. And when you open a new, say a market, like if you make it on NQ and you want to switch to ES or open a new one in ES, you can just go, boom, apply a theme. Maybe you have a couple of different themes. So that's pretty nice. Nick, did you get relonged?
I did not after.
That was a really tricky spot down there at 60s.
Yeah,
it could have fallen out of a hole.
I mean, just a crappy low now on NQ though.
I do not have recent bid asks. No. I'm very simple.
Maybe a good long here. If you have missed, I've been trying to get long down here the entire stream. So yeah, I didn't hate it before. I don't hate it now. It's just been difficult because buyers have had plenty of opportunities to push us to the other side of value and have failed miserably. And it's just taken forever to do anything. Even make a new low is taken too long. So at this point, I mean, I may have to just go without me or make a new low and settle back inside of the old IB. Why do I want a long here? Because I love pain. No, I think I already articulated my trade thesis, what got me in the first trade, which did work for 40 points. I just was hoping for more.
The way to not have to repeat yourself, Nick, is you just type like the reason for the trade in like big text and just attach it to the screen.
Just vibes. Mm-hmm. It's my default for everything now. It's just going to be vibes. Or I'm just going to say that's proprietary.
Ooh. Rainy days and Mondays always make me blue. Is it rain? It's nice and sunny here.
It's like a perfect 72 degrees and sunny here. It's like California weather here.
I'm going to go touch grass after this show's over.
Same.
Touch grass.
So we now have a custom AI voice of the Halo guy. I love it. I didn't know you could make him say things.
Liz, focus. I'm just waiting for this to play out. There's really nothing for me to do on the chart. Yeah, Kevin, it's been a really choppy, balanced day. So definitely not super straightforward. There have been some good trades. I like Nick's idea to be long down in this range here. But it's very slow. What's the do you have the RVol, Nick?
Uh, 82 on NQ.
Makes sense.
So yeah, not great. I'm sure it was much higher last night. As usual, it seems like the overnight just continues to be the better session to trade.
I may have to quit trading because I refuse to trade Globex. Our vol is 82. Look at that.
It's really just going to finally do it without me, isn't it?
It's trader life sometimes, brother.
It is. I'll go cry about it in back testing. Nick, please say something. Where are the other Nicks, by the way? Are there
What
more
other
Nicks?
Nick?
Are you talking about my AI Nicks? There's no other AI Nicks.
There's other. You think there's other Nicks?
Yeah.
Is there something you're not telling us, Nick?
No, this is me. This is real. Trust me, I've tried to clone my voice, likeness, and other things to automate things. It's not there yet. Trust me. I've wasted plenty of hours trying to do things. Hey Nick, how do you do backtesting? I go to therapy instead of doing backtesting. No, I really am not a backtest guy. I don't take like the same setup over and over and over again and do that. So for me, it's just, playing volume in Delta, MGI, looking for trades off said spots. So nothing crazy for me as far as backtesting. There's nothing for me to backtest.
Typical Chad. Just enter trade, see profit, take money.
Yep.
Forward test only. The way you have your DOM and time and sale set up, we'll be able to set up the same. Yes. You will be able to use my theme.
Guys, the therapy thing is a long-standing joke that I continue to make about people that spend a lot of time just backtesting instead of actually trading. I mean, we have moved like a total of 50 points this whole session. You're a millionaire in 2 of your backtesting accounts? I mean, that's about as much theoretical dollars as I could ever dream of. That's like me developing some custom Pine code indicator on TradingView and then backtesting it and it telling me if I was just long the S&P, I'd make $18 trillion. Well, this is a bummer. It's finally going to work.
Kind of sucks for my trade because, the nice Gaussian profile here. It's choppy. Now we're pushing up towards, the mid here, and it's pretty bullish. We're expecting this to be testing the upper end of this range up here in 360s. But is a runner. I'm just going to let it run. It can run right into my stop, which I'm going to pull down here. I'll just put it right in front. Now, normally this is a spot where I might look for an ad, like for continuation. But considering the profile, we just have this round, distribution here. I'm not really expecting too much continuation. So that's why I'm just leaving the runner on. But we have a bull, normally you can see how this played out. This whole move, we had a big push down. We rallied back. It was reoffered. I took ads here, rallied, another push down, pull back, another push down. Now we're pulling back again. So this would be a good spot for me to add, looking for new lows. But given the way that the market's trading, we're at RVOL 82, there's really not much going on. We've kind of tried to breach these lows a few times, and we're not getting that continuation. So, and normally a spot where I would add to this short, I'm not going to. I'm actually expecting this to get stopped out. Why would you not close it and take the profit? Just a practice of letting my runners run.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Jim?
Hey, Jim.
I'm glad to be back.
Nice to see you back.
Thank you.
I didn't even know you were gone.
Yeah, Jim, you were gone?
This morning's panel, in the middle of it, power goes out.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I heard a loud explosion kind of noise.
Mm-hmm.
Power goes out. Immediately, I'm thinking the Iranians do not want to see my edge report today. So
the market makers were stopping your edge report.
Anyway, the folks on the island got us back in business here, so I'm back.
Nice.
I do have some news for you guys, though.
Okay. I'm all ears.
Starting on April 3rd, it's officially turkey season here in South Carolina.
Are you a turkey hunter, avid turkey hunter?
No, but it sounds like something I should do. We have a whole
Jim,
30
are you
days
inviting Leo and I to come turkey hunting with you?
Yeah. You got to
All right,
teach me how, but yeah.
I mean, they just had that ready to go, apparently.
They did. This is all scripted.
No, it's not. Guys.
This was
That's
not
why,
scripted, you guys. I did not give them the script.
Production is the hardest working team out there.
Freaking turkeys.
They're the best. So, Leo, on your trade, looks like you're still short. Your stop is better than break even. That point of control, though, official point of control, is pretty close to where you're at right now. It's pretty formidable.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. The news is hasn't been gyrating stuff as much as usual today.
We're all getting tired of it, so I think maybe people are just not overreacting anymore.
Cannot take it anymore. Man, oh man. All right, well, great job today, you guys. Let's give these guys a round of applause. All right, appreciate you guys as usual. This afternoon, we do have XYZ, Stowe, and Jack are going to be joining us to trade the close this afternoon. We also, and don't miss Tracy, aka Shy Girl, 2:00 afternoon update. Can't wait for that. In the meantime, though, thank you, fellas. I'm going to go ahead and do an edge report right now, and we'll get ready for lunch.
See you guys.
Thanks, everybody.
until tomorrow.
All right, crude oil. Let's just take a sneak back here. This is a weekly report. I mean, you can see, obviously, where this rally started back at the beginning, really end of February, beginning of March. Commitment trader reports kind of hasn't changed, right? So large specs are still net positive as of last Friday. And the hedgers, or the commercials, as they call them, are still net negative in terms of positioning. And we're not seeing much movement, right? So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 histogram bars about the same height, give or take. Maybe a little bit of a drop off last week, but nothing to write home about. Again, I'm waiting for some kind of dip here to give me a signal that maybe we're going to come back to earth here in crude oil. But again, war-driven, you never know. But I'm going to keep my eye on this. Now, don't kind of confuse these peaks with price, right? Here's a higher peak right here on the 17th of January, but price was traded, was down to $78 at that point. So it's not a correlation of price, but it is a correlation of possible momentum where the big players are establishing open interest one way or the other. So we'll keep an eye on that going forward. Let's just kind of drill into the daily chart real quick. Interesting kind of thing to point out today. We didn't have a lot of volume. I have a volume profile. I have it anchored all the way back from the 9th of March. And it's finally starting to develop another peak here, another volume peak right here at 111.13 to 111.11, actually, that kind of area right there. We're almost trading it right at it right now. It's pretty close to where we closed last session. Right now, it's kind of a small candle relative to the big candle we have last session. Moving averages are still super strong. VWAP's way in the rearview mirror, that anchored VWAP that I have all the way back down here on the 27th when bombs started flying. And the RSI right now is arcing, nice kind of slope, no divergence here, kind of right up at that 70 level as well. It could stay above 70 for a long period of time, as you saw back in here. This was back in the beginning of March, where we were, sub 70 for a long period of time. So don't take this as overbought or oversold. Time to sell right here. It's just saying it's pretty strong, is what it's telling me. The price is pretty strong. Intraday, let's kind of drill in here a little bit more and take a peek. We literally have the point of control a little bit higher than we're at right now, kind of in the middle of the USIB, and we're right by that 0DT put support that we talked about last week. We're kind of trading through that just about every single 30-minute candle except one since pre-market. So that is acting like a magnet right now. Price is trading around that 0DTE, and that, I'll give you that number exactly, that is 112 even. So keep that on your radar screen as well, as this point of control could shift down a little bit, but that's kind of the frame of the conversation right now. If I had to draw an area of resistance on the top, I would go to my rectangle tool like I'm doing right now, and I just tap the bottom of it to the highest body of candles in recent memories, and right there by that point of control. So we pop up there, sellers are kind of bringing us back down into that range. So it could be some good value area trading for the rest of the day. And there's that 111 spot 1-1 level we just saw on the daily chart. It's kind of aligning to where we're at right now. We're only at 88% of the 34 period average range right now today. So there is some potential one way or the other. We do have a single break to the downside here of the IB. I'll send out some stats later on today about the chances of a double break if we don't already get there before we come back after lunch. Let's shoot over to gold really quickly here. Gold is also, I don't know if I want to say gold is back, but gold might be back. Let's go to a daily chart here. It's kind of a baby candle so far today. We've had some really big candles here, so don't read that too much into that. But we're right between in that whole rotation zone again, right? Pretty close to where we closed last session. We're between the 8 and the 21 EMA, between the 38 and the 50% retracement. The moving averages are actually starting to get closer together. They're starting to converge right now, suggesting maybe there could be some sideways price section for a while here in gold. RSI sideways, just a little over 46, so that kind of confirms potential sideways market. But you could look for breakouts up or down. Right now, we're pretty tight in the middle. Let's go ahead and check out an intraday chart really quickly here. Intraday, we have a really prominent point of control right where we're trading at right now, around 46.93-ish. right where my crosshairs is right there. I mean, look how big that volume node is. It's a pretty big one. The volume profile is not that great looking, to be honest with you, because there's some other areas of high volume, but this is a dominant one as we're seeing right now. And again, it's right in the middle of that IB kind of, maybe toward the bottom of the IB. But again, if I had to draw some rectangles, which I love drawing rectangles, I'm going to show you my area of support right here. And it really is, this is a multi-bar area of support. These are 30-minute candles here. So 1, 2, 3, 4.5 hours worth of support. Every time we dip below where my rectangle is, right around 69, 69, Jim, slow down, 46.92. Buyers push us back up. Not a lot up, but back up. And then the top of the conversation really is framed by the top of the IB here as well. Jacks 1 right smack dab in the middle. If we do get a breakout one way or the other, breakout to the downside targets, Jacks 3 down around 46.50. To the upside, I would say, hey, if we could take out session highs, and session highs is 47.29 spot 1, that might be an interesting breakout level to get up to that Jacks 2 level at 47.50. Remember, only at 64% of the average 34-day range. So a breakout could yield some fruit one way or the other. If we kind of break out, we might not. We might keep going sideways on an intraday basis. That is end of morning Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us at NinjaTrader Live. Had a crazy morning so far. It was a good morning, I'm going to say, mostly, other than the blackout. Having said all that, don't forget, Shy, 2 o'clock. We'll see you there. We got XYZ, we got Stowe, and we got Jack Leeson all trading the close together. That's going to be, I'm wondering if we ever had those 3 together. We probably have. But if not, I could tell you right now it's going to be a really good group of fellas trading the close today. So hopefully we'll see you there. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch, relax, and we will talk to you soon.